Howdy, Internet, and welcome to the seasonal Weebcast, where we are going to be running down all of the anime that have come out in spring 2017. I checked the calendar in the corner of my computer just to be sure that I said the right date, because I don't do that if I'm not looking directly at a calendar.
I could hear that pause. Jeff. Everyone could hear that pause, Jeff.
Yeah. I'm Jeff, the professional shitbag. I am not in my mother's basement anymore because I have been moving, which is why the weekly Weebcast has been not so weekly lately. And on that note, I have an announcement to make. The weekly Weebcast is going to be moving to its own YouTube channel, Basement Escape. That's where I'm going to be putting vlogs and other things, but the Weebcast will be one of the main pieces of content for that. I'll leave a description. I'll leave a link in the description to that channel so that you can go check that out and subscribe, so that you can see all the other Weebcasts that are going up. And there is already a lost, I guess, just because I didn't post it on time. I just brushed the mic. That's bad. There's already a lost Weebcast up there where Liam and I reviewed the Ghost in the Shell movie.
Great.
So
I'm glad that's getting out there.
It was a good podcast, and you guys will enjoy that. So once you're done with this podcast, which will, fingers crossed, be shorter than the other seasonal podcasts. I'm cursing myself by saying that. Once you're done this podcast, you can go check that out, and just make sure to subscribe to Basement Escape if you want to catch all the seasonal Weebcast. Or check out the links in the description for our SoundCloud, iTunes, and Google Play links, because then you can subscribe on there and just listen to it. That's all. Hi. We're talking about seasonal anime. I'm joined today by rising super streamer Liam Allen Miller.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being on here. Liam is a regular guest on this podcast. He does really good video game streams on Twitch very frequently. He's one of my favorite streamers to watch whenever I go to Twitch.
Thank you, Jeff.
And right now he's streaming Psychonauts, which is one of my favorite video games ever, and Kingdom Hearts, which apparently has him on tilt. Something hard.
I can't. A blind proud mode playthrough at fucking Hollow Bastion, I am put so on tilt. It is so fucking infuriating, but I'm enjoying myself. But thank you, Jeff. I do appreciate that, genuinely. I am also known as a regular hater of seasonal anime, so this will be fun.
Yeah. And we're also joined today, I'm very happy to say, by one of the best anime YouTubers out there, Super Eyepatch Wolf, a.k.a., real name John, which I will probably be calling you because saying Super Eyepatch Wolf whenever I want to refer to you.
It might be a little much if this is going to be a 4-hour epic.
Yeah, hopefully it won't go that long because you are in the, I don't know.
You were going to say UK, weren't you?
He was going to say UK.
I was going to say...
He was, yeah.
I was going to say third world country of Ireland, which, after Brexit, I don't know what you guys are classified as anymore.
That was
topical humor.
I'm not even going to correct everything that was wrong with that sentence. I'm just going to let the comment section take care of that one.
Yeah, it's whatever. But yeah,
but no, it's great to be here. I'm really pumped. This will be fun.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you. Super Eyepatch Wolf, if you guys don't know, he does a fantastic series on his channel called Why You Should Watch, where he goes really, really into depth about why he's in love with different anime series. And honestly, like, I think that if you've watched or if you've listened to the podcast where we talked about the Digibro drama, basically everyone was sucking his dick because he's one of the best anime YouTubers out there, and if you haven't seen his stuff, you owe it to yourself to check it out. Mm-hmm. It's really, really good.
Thanks, Jeff. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say it if I wasn't
deserved.
Hooked on your shit.
It's super deserved, man. Your Fall of Bleach video is fucking fantastic.
Mm-hmm. It's legendary tier. and made me appreciate Kubo a little bit more, because before watching that video, like, I feel like Follow Bleach gave people both a higher and lower opinion of Bleach. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. That was kind of my feeling making it, because like there was a point where I actually got pretty sad making it, because like shit, I really loved Bleach at a point, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then it just fell off a goddamn cliff.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it gave me a new appreciation for the Soul Society arc, which I used to think that Bleach got bad when the Soul Society started, and now having watched your video, I'm like, okay, I can appreciate what that does. And then they repeat it over and over again for the rest of the series.
Yeah.
But we are not talking about Bleach anymore, because we're talking about anime that is on the air right now, and Bleach is not counted among that. So that's as good a segue as I am ever going to come up with for going into, and you will note that I used the French-Canadian version of that segue.
I caught that. It's such a good word.
It's gonna drive people crazy in the comments who haven't who don't have the context for that, but whatever.
That's okay. Losers like that are a dime a dozen.
But I'm really chomping at the bit right now to get to talking about seasonal anime, so let's go to it. The first anime of spring 2017, going by not necessarily air date, but alphabetical order, because that's the easiest way to do this, is Alice and Zouroku, which is a show about a little girl called Sana, not Alice, who ends up living with a man called Zouroku. So Alice is the name of... she has a superpower called Alice's Dream. So she's named for her superpower, but he's named for his name. That's a confusing naming convention, and that's the least bad thing that I have to say about this series.
Oh, good. You know, it's funny, because I watched the first 6 minutes of the first episode, and I said to myself, that seems all right, I'll get back to that. So I'm surprised. What happened?
Well, I mean, I had a similar experience where I watched the first 6 minutes, and then I was like, okay, I'll watch this later when I have time to actually watch it. And then I watched the whole thing, and it turns out that those first 6 minutes are the only interesting part of the entire episode.
I liked the giant hand. That thing was cool.
The giant hand was nifty. Some of the superpowers that they display are genuinely nifty. I feel like the giant hand carrying the girl around sets the bar a little high.
Yeah, it did.
And leaves us to be disappointed by giant ball and chain and giant bow and arrow, which are pretty lame.
This was one of those anime where, like, I'd kind of describe it as, like, it's like watching an anime parody where the punchline never comes. Mm-hmm. You know, that kind of way where it's like, it seems so typical of what you expect from a modern day anime that it's nearly like a joke.
Like it's following a formula too close to a T.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
so this is like in the handshakers subgenre.
Handshakers is its own special thing. So right now I've watched episode 1 of Handshakers and episode 12 of Handshakers, and that's it.
Oh wow,
and it was a fucking treat.
Nice.
I need to actually sit down and watch Handshakers, because I have talked some bad shit about that anime, and I need to give it a proper burial.
Oh, it's something. But anyway, that's not what we're talking about.
So Alice and Zouroku is just fucking boring.
Yeah, it is.
It's like, so it starts with a little girl running away from a mysterious government facility, and the little girl can teleport, but she can't teleport too far if she doesn't have high enough glucose, because apparently superpowers give you diabetes in this world, or diabetes gives you superpowers, one of the two. So she needs to eat marmalade to teleport. So they deliberately didn't feed her enough so that they could, like, try to track her down, but then some shenanigans happen. She gets away, and she ends up living with an old man who apparently works for the Yakuza, but then you find out either at the end of the episode or by looking at the poster for the show that he is actually a flower shop guy, and he was just hired by the Yakuza to do some flower arranging. So it's like superpowered girl living with an old man, and you would think, you haven't seen that before, but you've seen it before a million fucking times.
Yeah. So, what's the genres? Not slice of life, like
supernatural battle, I'd say. From what I saw.
I mean, on MAL, it's listed as adventure, mystery, and seinen, which is
wow.
I mean, seinen means nothing, and adventure all right, I guess. So the girl fights other girls, and okay.
But I don't see what the mystery is. Like, is it where the superpowers come from? I honestly can't tell.
Man, we're starting off strong today.
Yeah.
It's
get hyped.
It's the government is researching magic powers. They've got a bunch of little kids trapped who work for them for some reason.
And due to a freak marmalade accident, this okay.
And she just goes to Tokyo, and like for a first episode where a little girl teleports out of a police station in the middle of an interview, where like an entire city block of Tokyo gets destroyed by a giant wrecking ball, where like an old man working for the Yakuza finds some mysterious magical being who decides to live with him. Nothing fucking happens is what it feels like,
So one episode in, do you think you're going to go back, and do you think people should check it out, or...
I have like zero interest. They managed to make like the old man taking care of her feel like any generic anime protagonist ever, and that's a real feat because he's not in high school. But it's just so boring.
Like just boring. Nothing.
Yeah. Like even though it was not going by pure formula of what you would expect from whatever the hell it's supposed to be, it just feels predictable. You can tell from how they set up something exactly how it's going to end, and they never deviate. It's just really boring.
And there's never the feeling that like there's anything really to sink your teeth into. If a character has a thought, they're going to say that thought, So there's nothing for you really to like observe or glean from it. It just all felt very like it was so worried you wouldn't get anything that's going to feed everything to you. And I always find that is a really amazing way to just turn your audience off.
Mm-hmm. Like treating them like, it does kind of treat you like an idiot. All right. On the other end of the spectrum from, actually, no. On the other end of the spectrum of shows that we know how they're going to end, there's Adam the Beginning, which is a prequel to Astro Boy, where it follows Dr. Tenma and oh god, I am exposing my balls on stream here by blanking on their names. But it follows
Dr. Tenma and Blackjack.
Yeah.
In a quest to find the 7 Dragon Balls.
Dr. Tenma,
exactly.
Blackjack, Kimba the White Lion, all together.
So Tenma and Ochanomizu. That's why it was hard for me to remember, because it's a bunch of random syllables. Or as they're known in the original, or in the version that we all watched, Dr. Balthus and Dr. Elephant, because he's got a big nose. But yeah, so the two scientists from Astro Boy, if you don't know it follows them as they create the prototype for Astro Boy, basically, and they work on making the first true AI robot with a heart. It's like the like the origin story, I guess, almost of Astro Boy, but focusing on these two scientists who are at this point friends and later become mortal enemies. You know, I could just say Dr. Light and Dr. Wily, but
Oh, yes, please.
yeah, this is a little bit more complicated than that. This is basically the Proto Men Act 2 of Astro Boy.
So what's their what's the main conflict here at the beginning of this show? Because we know where it ends. We know where it gets to, but what's the conflict at the beginning? Are they like, do they not have money to make this stuff? Or?
They're kind of like college students starting out. So, like, they're not 100% sure their robot's going to work. They both have, like, shitty part-time jobs, and so they're trying to kind of make it work.
I see, okay.
And they're on the verge of this big breakthrough. They have scientific rivals who are, like, competing for funding at the university. And they also... it seems like there are going to be robot battle tournaments that they enter their robot in to battle in.
From the opening credits, which are beautiful, by the way, though. I really like the opening credits of this show.
Maybe the best opening of this season, aside from Saikano Season 2, of all things, has a really good opening.
Dang.
Yeah.
Did you guys have a good time with this one?
I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah.
I really liked it, and like I had no interest in it going in, but I just thought it was like a lot of fun. Like, and I love a lot of the character designs are beautiful. It's really nice when you see stuff that's not just that hyper pretty A1 style, you know?
Yeah, I missed this one. Unfortunately, there's a bad streak at the beginning of ones I missed, but this one I did miss. But it seems neat.
And like. I totally agree with what you're saying about the character designs being great, because they've taken the Osamu Tezuka style of those big exaggerated faces, and they've sort of merged it with modern anime sensibilities.
Yeah, they kind of pulled it back a little bit in a way that's really like kind of endearing.
Yeah, like it's funny because Ochanomizu. Like Tenma totally looks like a pretty boy. And like at this stage in his life, his huge hooked nose, which is sort of his defining feature when he gets all old and evil-ish, is at this point just like a very prominent Romanesque nose. So he looks handsome-ish. And they even, they managed to make Ochanomizu, who is a character who I thought could only ever exist as an old man. He's got that big nose.
Yeah.
He's got that fluffy hair. He is old man incarnate, and they managed to like scale that back and make him look like an awkward looking 20-something.
Yeah, totally.
And this show is just so fun to look at because it takes that broader, more cartoony style of Tezuka's and like Young Blackjack, which is another great show from the last couple years, where they rebooted a Tezuka manga and sort of expanded upon it. This is just a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was really like, I feel like when you're like trying to watch as much new anime as we do, you really start to like, there's this really distinct line between waiting for a show to end and just having a good time with one. And like with this, when the first episode was over, I was like, oh shit, really? Like, okay. And that's like, that is a good feeling to take away from a show.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm really excited to see where they go with it. I just really like these characters. I like their friendship, the way that they've been interpreted, because obviously by the time Astro Boy rolls around, they're enemies. They're Dr. Wily and Dr. Light almost. And Tenma becomes this tragic character, right? Like, he's not like Dr. Wily where he's just pure evil. He built Astro Boy because he lost his son, and like he's kind of crazy. and it'll be interesting to see how they get to that point. But just I love how these characters bounce off of each other. They have a really you can see why they're such good friends.
Yeah, totally.
And they're just two lovable nerds who really care about their science project. And that is... We don't see enough college-age professionals in anime at all. And it's fun to be following them.
Yeah, totally.
All right, moving on to the next anime. That would be Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, which is... I mean, we can argue back and forth whether this is actually a new series or if it's just a sequel to Naruto, but
it's a fresh enough start that I think it's worth. We are skipping sequel series, so Boku no Hero Academia got skipped over, and the continuing GIF collection that is Berserk 2017,
the best show of the season.
Also skipped over. Well, if you've got something to say.
I was a huge fan of Berserk 2016, and Berserk 2017 is just delivering on all fronts.
Great.
I sense no facetiousness in that statement at all.
No, neither do I.
But Boruto is actually fresh and relatively new.
I mean... it's
okay.
okay, so it does that thing where the children of characters are just those characters again with slight design changes.
Yeah.
It does that a lot. All of the characters in Boruto, you look at them and it's like, oh hey, it's Rock Lee again. And it's not like, oh hey, it's Rock Lee's son. It's literally like Rock Lee.
Yeah.
It's just Rock Lee.
Right.
I mean, there's slight differences, I guess, in how their personalities are written. But at the start, it feels very much like how a fanfic writer would come up with the children for these characters.
Yeah, I think that's
it
really
just
good
seems kind of
analogy.
obvious.
Yeah. Well, for Boruto and his sister, who's, they both feel as though somebody used a child-generating algorithm and just plugged Hinata and Naruto into that. Like
that Pokemon Fusion website.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They feel like Pokemon fusions of whoever their parents are. So the new Sakura slash Sasuke, their kid is just the seriousness. I don't know. I haven't watched far enough to actually be introduced to her, but the only kind of interesting twist in the casting is that Orochimaru's son is a good guy now. Because everyone, even if you're a mass murderer, everyone will forgive you if you learn the power of friendship.
Yeah.
He got away scot-free, didn't he?
Everyone gets away scot-free.
Because I just remember...
Sasuke killed so many people.
But he was sad, though.
He was sad, though, so they almost made him their president.
Yeah, I remember watching the last couple episodes just to see that last big fight, and then just the kind of everything's gonna be okay shot, and Orochimaru just standing there among everyone, and I was like, what? Wait, what?
You don't get to stand over there.
Yeah.
Actual Lord Voldemort just sidles into the crowd. He's
go
what's
lie in the
up?
corpse pile, you.
I'm sorry, Hidden Leaf Village. It's cool, bro.
Yeah. So I mean, in the start of this one, the Hidden Leaf Village gets destroyed. So everything that Naruto sought to accomplish is torn out of his hands, possibly by his son being an idiot. And I am excited to see where that goes. Not really. No. It just feels... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this.
So,
John?
I read I read about 10 or so chapters of the Boruto manga a while ago, just doing research for stuff, and I really don't think that's a very good manga on a whole bunch of levels. And my expectations were super low going into this one, and I only watched the first episode, but I have to say it was actually a little better than I thought it would be. I was really expecting not to give a shit about this at all, and I'm not sure because it's been a couple of months, but I think that first episode, I don't think that's actually in the manga. I think they added that in, and it was better than I was expecting.
I do think that the first episode was well executed, but like, while I enjoyed watching it, I don't have like any desire to see where it's going.
Like, I watched it about a week and a half ago, and I haven't thought about continuing to go with it at all.
I mean, ultimately, like, it's Boruto. It's new Naruto, but it's still got to be Naruto for fans of Naruto.
It's got to be Naruto again. I mean,
so if you weren't into Naruto already, not much new here for you.
I feel like this is a very missed opportunity to do something new in the Naruto universe and just JoJo it up and totally change the genre or something like that.
Yeah, that would totally agree. Like, that could have been something interesting. And I guess part of the problem, though, is like Kishimoto isn't really involved, isn't he not? Like, I don't think he has much to do with this.
I think at this point it's like written by a committee at Shonen Jump, and he has just given them the license, basically.
Yeah, and it's drawn by one of his former editors as well, so it's like, or one of his former assistants, so it's very like in keeping with a very particular style from the end of Naruto that isn't super appealing.
So the staff's like as close as it could possibly be without Kishimoto, basically, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the anime is very well animated.
It looks nice.
The OP is a lot of fun. The start where it's like we've got magical tattoos that somehow make us more powerful than actual gods is like, I can see where they were going with trying to hook you in with that starting bit where the Hidden Leaf Village is destroyed and Naruto's fighting that guy who is this guy? Why'd the village get destroyed? We gotta find out. But I don't know. I'm super fucking sick of cut to 3 weeks earlier when you were alive.
Jesus Christ, I've seen that so often recently. Just so many, like, it's our final battle. And then, like, 2 weeks earlier, like, at high school, you know?
It's all, like, in media res the whole way,
Yeah, and, like, it's starting to feel like a really lazy story device for not knowing how to set up an interesting start.
Well, I mean, that is the thing, right? One of the hardest things to do when writing a story is figure out when that story should begin. Because, like, there's got to be a reason that we start following these characters, but there's also got to be a reason immediately for the reader or the viewer to keep following, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the default is to just show your story when it actually is interesting and then jump back to when it's not, but you need to be there to start setting it up.
Mm-hmm. Then you just get to illustrate what happened in between, which...
Yeah. And I think doing that shows a lack of confidence in yourself as a writer.
Absolutely.
Because as one of the shows that we're going to talk about toward the middle of this podcast demonstrates, you can absolutely make the slow character introduction start to your story interesting and still hook people enough to get through to the good shit, you know?
Totally.
There are good executions of this, but it's just so, it's very typical now. I do agree. Like, it's just very typical now.
Yeah, I think just in the, because like generally it's not anything I had a problem with until very, very recently, and I think I've just seen it in such an abundance of stuff.
Yeah, I like every light novel adaptation pretty much either does that or it starts with a totally unrelated fight and then jumps to the current thing that doesn't matter. The new kid showing up at high school for the 50th fucking time.
Yeah.
And I also have a bit of trepidation about this because the character I like most from this first episode is that son of the corporate, like the big corporation that runs the trains in the town. Like, that's kind of, an interesting dynamic. You've got this kid who doesn't want to be a ninja, who has to go to ninja school, but it seems like he was just being used to set up those magic black snakes that make people evil.
I'm not sure he's even in the manga. Now,
he's not on the poster.
I could be dead wrong about that.
Yeah, that's the reason that I'm like, because he's nowhere in anything. It seems like he was just created for this anime original story, and it's like, I don't know, that's something new. Like Boruto makes friends with this rich kid who doesn't want to be a ninja. That's at least mildly different from what Naruto was.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like this is going to just be start earlier and show how the Ninja Academy works a little bit more, because it's their first day of Ninja Academy instead of the last day of Ninja Academy.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I'm reading right here, right now, that it is indeed a totally original story for the anime.
Just that first episode is, and then they follow the manga?
No, this series has been confirmed to be an original story.
Oh, that actually gives me a lot of hope then.
Then
I'm reading this right here, right now.
That's actually pretty good to hear, because I enjoyed that first episode pretty okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So and hearing that right here, right now, makes me excited to continue the series a little bit. I might actually watch more of it.
I might dip my toe back in.
Because that means they won't be doing filler arcs. They can actually
true.
write the series week to week, and they don't have to worry about none of this will matter for the story moving forward. That's why, going off the rails has been a big problem for Dragon Ball Super in a lot of ways. But the fact that they can just make canon plot that actually matters to the plot of Dragon Ball is nice.
Yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm. They can actually do stuff that matters. So, Boruto.
Yeah.
At this point, but I'll probably watch more of it, because
if you like Naruto, give this one a look.
Yeah, it's certainly not bad.
No.
But it at least scales back the power creep a little bit on Naruto.
And I
so
think
it'll be
Naruto is so much more interesting on the lesser side of the power levels.
Mm-hmm. With the shadow possession jutsu and shit like that.
Yep.
That's cool. Giant robot toad monster things are not cool.
It was cool the first time, and then yeah.
Anyway, moving on to a show that is actually very cool, in my opinion. Buso Shoujo Machiavellianism, or Machiavellianism of the Armed Girl, or something like that. This is one of those shows that's only on Amazon, which is unfortunate, because two of us are in Canada and one of us is in the UK.
Once again, gonna let the comments take care of that one.
Yeah, or in Europe, or whatever. But Buso Shoujo Machiavellianism is... Does somebody else want to take the... Because I've been doing the summaries so far. Does somebody else want to...
Seriously, I read the premise, and I saw it was on Amazon, and I said, I just don't know. And I didn't... Like I said just before, a really unlucky bad string at the beginning of this alphabetical list, where I just haven't seen most of it, so...
So I haven't seen this either, but from what I'm reading from the synopsis, it totally sounds like something I totally would not want to check out. But you're saying it's actually pretty decent.
Okay, yeah. So
that's what's surprising me here too, John. Yeah.
So Buso Shoujo Machiavellianism is about this private school, this private symbiosis school is what they're calling it in the description. I believe it's like. Collaboration or something in the Amazon translation, but anyway, it's this really nice academy that used to be a girls' academy and is now co-ed, but the girls still run it, so it's kind of like prison school, except instead of being the secret student council, they're a bunch of girls with fucking swords so every girl on campus is allowed to carry around a baton to hit the guys if they get out of line. And then the student council is allowed to carry around swords to kill the guys if they get out of line.
That's fucking stupid.
And so like the guys, it is fucking stupid. But the thing is that they take it over the top. They take it over the top to the point that it's fucking stupid in a very fun way.
Oh, cool. I was worried it would be the like they're taking it too seriously, and it's not. Okay.
No, it's like prison school, you know?
Okay.
But with action scenes. It's prison school with action scenes instead of dramatic speeches. And the all of the boys at this school wear heavy makeup to blend in with the girls so that they don't get beat.
What? Okay.
And the thing is that these girls with swords are so good at disciplining these boys that Japan has just decided that this is the school where they will send all of their delinquents to be reformed. So the main character is this fucking badass delinquent guy who just wants to live like a carefree life and doesn't want people fucking with him. So of course he has issues with this school. And he goes to class, they start trying to kill him immediately or discipline him. And they're extra diligent about this new delinquent in particular because he was sent to the school after starting a brawl at his old school that put 40 people in the hospital. So he's this he's an actual delinquent badass. He's got a real personality. He's cocky. He's fun to watch, and he comes into conflict with these 5 unique waifus who are all a little bit twisted and all good at sword fighting. So it's kind of like, if I had to say 2 shows that it's a mix of, it's kind of like a mix of Prison School and Kill la Kill.
Okay, that's intriguing.
And if you are on board for martial arts fights in a high school with a little bit of that prison school lewd sense of humor, I think you're gonna have a good time watching this one. I went into it with like bottom of the barrel expectations, but the fight scenes are actually really well done. They're fun to watch. There's a lot of good fight choreography, and they establish the different martial arts styles of the different characters very well, so that you can kind of see the strategy behind how they're fighting each other. Like the first girl who he fights she is wearing like this demon mask, and she has this technique, this breathing technique that makes her physically stronger as long as she maintains her breathing. So there's a little bit of Hamon in here too from JoJo. And it's definitely got a bit of that over-the-top JoJo style to it. It falls into some light novel tropes or some harem anime tropes. The main character falls on and accidentally kisses the first girl he fights by the end of it.
Fuck, why?
But it's funny. It's a little bit funny because
happened to all of us, hasn't it?
It happens to everybody.
Been there,
I mean, come on. But it is done in a kind of funny way because one of her subordinates is like coming to try and save her after he's like pinned her to the ground, right? She's like, "Oh no, I'll save you, miss." I forget the names of the characters. I'm sorry. But she's like, I'll come save you, and then she hits him in the back of the head with her baton, and then he just face plants directly into her. So it actually makes physical sense that he would land about there. I mean, the kiss is a little bit awkward, and it's like, you know, standard fucking anime comedy, bottom of the barrel, whatever. But I like the personalities of these characters enough that I am gonna keep watching this, which I didn't think I would do at the start of it. And the action scenes are actually really well done. It's got like a real... It's got like a real passion for the martial arts aspect of it.
I'm just looking at the PV here, and it does actually look much nicer than I thought it would. And like what you're saying about the action, like even the little bits they're showing, like it seems like they handle weight very well. Like the attacks look like they have, you know, a physical capacity, which is pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. Like the secret techniques that they use are all within the bounds of reality too. Except the main character has like these spirit bullets.
Shit, you're super right, John.
Yeah, and it's a Silverlink show, right? So I don't know. Silverlink always, I feel, goes above and beyond with stuff like this. Like they did Rakudai Kishino Cavalry, which was the one good version of the Asterisk War that was actually very fun and entertaining. They did Kokoro Connect. Silverlink has done a bunch of really, really good shows, and they tend to be the studio that you go in and you're like, oh, what is this fucking nonsense? And you come out like, oh, I actually really enjoyed that. Like, as an example, Baka and Test.
Sure.
Everybody, like, we all know that Baka and Test is good now, but at the start of Baka and Test, you might have thought, this is whatever.
Yeah, I'm glad you say that, because I definitely never would have checked this show out normally, but this actually, I'm going to give this a look.
Me neither. And to build on what John was saying before, I also just checked out the PV after he mentioned it, and the little poster that like appears to be the manga artist's art really doesn't do service to the look of the anime. The anime is much cleaner looking, and it looks better visually, I think, than this poster anyway. So yeah, shit, that is actually better looking than I thought it was.
Yeah, it's got like it does have a crap poster, but it's really good.
I'm glad you watched it, because otherwise I would have missed it. I mean, I guess that's why they pay you the big bucks, but
that's true.
Exactly. That's why I get those big Crunchyroll dollars, even though it's
Amazon.com/basement.
I wish they'd give me that link. But the next anime is kind of the inverse, because I thought it might be good, and then it really, really wasn't.
There was quite a bit of buzz about this going into the season, wasn't there?
Clockwork Planet? Yeah. I mean, this was... Speaking of this, it's time for a break from our sponsors. If you go to lootcrate.com/basement, they sent me a copy of the Clockwork Planet manga. That's why I'm branching into this very quickly. Go to lootcrate.com/basement. You can sign up to get Anime Crate, and they send you stuff like manga, including the manga of Clockwork Planet. Which is only relevant because I actually read the manga of this before I watched the anime, which is rare for me. And that actually had me more hyped to watch it, because the manga is legitimately really good. The light novel...
Really?
Yeah, the manga...
That's shocking.
The manga
actually shocks me, yeah.
The manga has a totally different story structure, right? Like, it makes these characters and what's going on in the world intriguing. It has better pacing than the anime. But, okay, so the light novel of this is written by the guy who wrote No Game, No Life, which is why the only reason anybody fucking cares about this is because it's people are thirsty for more No Game, No Life, and they were hoping against hope that this would be good. And it's not. It's really fucking not.
I really fucking agree on that. I can take this one if you want, because I did actually see this one.
Okay, tell us what it's about, Liam.
So, Clockwork Planet takes place on a clockwork planet, as in a planet made of clockwork.
I see what they did there.
Yeah, exactly. It's theming. Everything in this world is made and themed off of clockwork. Like some sort of fucking 2000 era anime where they just have one visual idea and they're like, let's just put that everywhere. Actually, it feels really out of time. I feel like it really would have been really, really popular in the early 2000s. But anyway, so it takes place on this Clockwork Planet, and this boy who's kind of useless at engineering clockwork, which is what he's kind of into. He's not very good at it. This clockwork, this automaton woman falls into his house, apartment, office, whatever. And despite him not being very good at fixing clockwork, he manages to fix this incredibly complex machine.
So right away, the manga does this a million times better because you already have a misconception about this character just based on how they presented, like how they rushed into what happens. Because the anime starts, this guy is living in his house, and then a fucking robot girl drops out of the sky and he fixes her. The manga starts, he is at school fiddling with a watch on his desk, and he is so into doing that a bunch of bullies put a wet rag on his head, and he doesn't notice until he's on his way home. So this kid has, like, he's got a bit of the idiot savant
going on.
He's got a bit of that main character of Gundam new typeness going on, to be politically correct about what's going on with his brain. And he's obsessed with Clockwork because he has really good ears and he can hear whenever something's wrong.
And that's why he wears those headphones, so he can block out sounds. Yeah,
which is stuff that doesn't get conveyed at all until they just straight up tell you what's happening.
Yeah, not in the first episode. Later on, they do tell you. I did watch 2 episodes of this Drek.
And
so he fixes this girl, and she gets up and she's like, "Yo, I'm a super ancient robot. Nobody could fix me, not even the best mechanics." So you already get like, okay, well, he's really good at some machining then. And then she's like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna be your servant now."
Slave.
Slave. You're right. That is the word. I'm gonna be your slave now. Let me just get me some of that. And she grabs his finger and just sucks on it.
It went from like 0 to hentai so fast.
No, she needs to get his fingerprint. She needs to get his fingerprint.
Oh shit! Okay, sorry. That's my bad. That's my misconception.
No,
me too. I
they
guess
don't explain that in the manga either.
There's no explanation.
There is
definitely shoves his finger halfway down her throat until she decides that's enough. I'm his slave now.
And like it's really detailed animation. Like I was shocked. I was like, what the I'm watching a porn.
The focus is weird. The focus is weird, and it doesn't feel like I'm watching the same show. Like
it's out of nowhere.
It's so out of step. But anyway, it goes on, and you eventually switch perspective, and you follow this princess and her bodyguard, I suppose. And they're going to fix a region of the world whose gears aren't working. Because if they can't fix the clockwork there, the military is just going to let it fall and kill all the residents of Clock Tokyo because they don't want to look bad.
I think it's
because they can't fix it.
I think it's Clock Kyoto, actually.
Oh, it might have been Kyoto, yeah. But like, I really wasn't clear on that. The military they weren't able to fix it, so they were just going to let it fall and kill everyone because they didn't want to look bad.
Okay, so
if there was more in the manga to clarify this, please.
The manga does everything so much better. Okay, so the way that the manga starts, the main character, he's at school, he's getting bullied, and he just isn't noticing because he's so obsessed with the clockwork. He comes home, and the first thing he does is he says hi, which this is also in the light novel, by the way. I read the light novel, I read the manga, and I watched the anime just to see if this was just the anime fucking up, or if it was like a case of the manga adaptation of a light novel being better.
Sure.
And the light novel starts at the same place the anime does, but there's crucial details that it adds in that make it work as a light novel. So one thing is he has a robot girl half built in his apartment. He has been working.
That doesn't even exist in the anime. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's been working on a robot girl using scrap parts from the junkyard as a hobby project. And he aspires to be a clockmeister and like one of the engineers who makes the Clockwork Planet work. Like, so all of this stuff is established. You can see how this kid could be good enough to fix this robot because he's building a robot on his own out of scrapped parts. And they make it clear that the thing that's holding him back is that he doesn't have money, that he's like an orphan. which creates an interesting dichotomy with the princess character, who is the youngest engineer in this engineer guild of Meisters ever. Also something that's not really brought across really well in the manga, who comes from a very rich family. And the manga gives us time to actually be with this character. He actually goes to school the next day with the robot servant instead of just going wherever. I don't know where the second episode of this anime goes, and I don't want to watch it to find out.
I did.
He goes to school. He goes to school and he tells, like, before he goes, he's just like, he explains to this girl that being popular, I forget how the line goes exactly, but basically he puts this idea in his robot slave's head that being popular will make you happier. So the next day she shows up at school and she's like, "Hi, I'm a new student. I'm super hot, and also he's my boyfriend. You're all scum."
No, he's my master.
Yeah,
I am his slave.
No, she tells them that she's got that relationship with him because she doesn't understand that that's going to make the boys at school hate him more. And they like draw a little bit of comedy out of that before also setting up, like, this is important. They cut forward later, because this is another one of those shows that jumps forward in time at the very beginning to show when the story's actually interesting and then jumps back. In the manga, they have one page where it's like, and this is like this, where he's at his most loserish. It jumps forward and it's like, and this is the most renowned terrorist of the 30th century. And then it just jumps back to him being an idiot in high school. So that's like enough intrigue to make me kind of interested in what's going on next. And they also explain the politics of why the military would let the whole city just drop into the abyss, which is the military wants to get political leverage on the Meister Guild by blaming them for this failure. And one of the guys at the Meister Guild who is collaborating with them on this is the head, or is the son of a corporation that is directly opposed to Princess Sama's corporation.
Oh, that rich guy. Yeah, okay,
and he wants to get like a leg up. So all of this is explained in the first chapter of the manga, much, much better than it is in the first.
Now that you mentioned that rich guy, he was in the second episode, and he did. I guess I didn't grasp that quite right because I was so baffled at the notion of killing 20 million people just for a leg up.
Yeah,
because that doesn't feel like smart evil bad guy thing. It feels like, no, you need to get your brain checked. You are clinically retarded. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Even even what you were saying about like how he already has a robot girl, like that seems like a super important touch, because when I was watching that scene, he literally goes from the line, "I hope to make my own clock someday," to creating life in like the same scene.
Yeah,
it's startling.
In the manga, he's got like a dozen clocks around his apartment. It's like, it's night and day, honestly, how interesting the manga is versus how fucking dog shit this anime is.
That kind of makes me want to check out the manga a little bit, because it would be interesting to see like that not work so hard in the anime and then actually be like, you know, reworked and like actually working in the manga. That's interesting.
I kind of want to do a comparison.
It almost makes me interested, but like, I don't know. I watched the first 2 episodes, and I every single scene with Ryuzu, the automaton, and Naoto, the boy who fixes her, every single scene with those two was so boring and tenuous at best. And then the scenes with Mary Breguet and her bodyguard, whose name I forget, they were so much more interesting, and they were still so bland. And in the second episode in particular, there's a combat scene that lasts a couple of minutes where they go down 24 levels of clockwork, and they fight a bunch of military robots down there. And it is like the messiest shit combat scene I've seen in a while. There's a sequence where they get down there and they see the enemies, and Mary jumps on her bodyguard's back, and then they just jump off the side of the screen. and they just like land somewhere. Like it's really hard to tell. You can't get a sense for the space or anything. Everything about this show just seems awful.
It is.
There's a scene in the first episode where her bodyguard's driving her in a car on the bridge, and you're looking at the car on the bridge, and you're like, do you even know what cars look like? Have you illustrated a vanishing point? Like there are serious problems everywhere with this show. From the writing to the adaptation, apparently to the production itself. I could not recommend this to anyone. It seems awful.
So big thumbs up all round then.
Yeah, but I mean,
yes.
like this is a disaster, right? This anime is a disaster.
Yeah.
But the manga, I will say, is actually really good.
Yeah, and it's not like hand clappers or handshakers or whatever.
No,
or like at least there was some technical stuff that worked. This show's a mess up and down.
What I'd say,
I think that the technical stuff that they tried to do and failed at in Handshakers, honestly, Handshakers is a worse show than this.
I see. What I think
is like, I'm not gonna argue that.
Is like a spectacular failure. Like it's a
this is a boring failure.
Exactly.
That's a good way to. You know what? That's a good way to put it.
Handshakers fails on a galactic level that, like, I think makes it kind of interesting. But the only interesting thing I'm hearing about this, I guess, is how did they fuck it up that badly? If you're saying that the manga works so much better,
it's just a matter of like good writing and good pacing. Like, it's weird to say this, but the manga, this is never the case with anime adaptations. This is almost never the case. The manga gives more screen time to moments than the anime does.
Does it actually have good writing? Because like, there's bits that make me seriously question that. Like, like there's the finger sucking. This is all 2 episodes. There's the finger sucking bit. There's the bit where she talks about here have a lap pillow, which is something that fucking like otaku are obsessed with, the lap pillow. There's the falling on her boobs despite standing perfectly still a moment earlier. Like it's so crammed with like super unnecessary fan service moments that I like. Is it? And like there's a shot where like they talk about Mari's body, like she's like a kid, and the bodyguard's like, yeah, come back in 10 years and I'll be interested. And they well, this probably wouldn't be in the manga, but they take a moment to illustrate probably the worst butt shot I've ever seen in an anime. It like there's so much shite fan service. Like, is it actually well written, do you think? Or
I think that the manga is a lot better written. It does have some of that fan service, but again, shite fan service can be shite because it's presented in a bad story, and it can work better in a better story, with a little bit more breathing room for it. And I don't know that the fan service elements are necessarily well done in the manga. I would not go that far, but as far as establishing the plot and making the world feel like a place that people live in, as far as creating a bit of dramatic stakes, and as far as making these characters likable goes, the manga does a fucking great job, especially compared to the anime. Like, you actually get a sense for the awkwardness between these two characters, like how the main character is like this awkward sort of introvert who is just obsessed with clocks. You actually get a sense of his like he's socially awkward, and he doesn't get social cues, and that's why he kind of connects with this automaton who thinks of human beings as insects and isn't afraid to say that constantly and insult people, and like he just brushes it off, and they have like a fun dynamic to them, like the way that she's constantly shit talking him. But in the anime, the dialogue goes by so fast that none of those lines have any chance to just like breathe.
Yeah, the shit talking was all right. I remember the shit talking, and that was probably the high point.
And it's like the characters are more fun. I like Princess character instead of fucking hating her, which in the anime she's just obnoxious.
In the second episode, she's better, but still nothing. Like,
yeah, the second episode probably has stuff from the manga where she's like talking about politics and stuff.
Exactly.
But the thing is, like, the thing that makes the manga at least interesting to read is that it's got this clear theme of like humanity let the clock run out on the planet and then it got fucked and they just got lucky that somebody knew how to fix it. That's the whole backstory of this planet. Is the Clockwork Planet was built because the Earth died, which I assume means that its rotational force stopped or something like that. And they used clockwork to get it rotating again. That's the only thing that really makes sense for what you could do with clockwork. But then they have clockwork living organisms, so what the fuck do I know?
they just really like gears, man.
They really like gears. They really like gears in this fucking show. But they set up that the world was destroyed and this one guy fixed it, and then the people who are supposed to be maintaining the world are letting it go to shit for personal gain. And it's got this clear theming of humanity being shitty and selfish and something needing to change in that, which is why the main character becomes, a terrorist. So it's like actually speaking to something. It actually has something to say. It's not a super deep point. It's not something that we haven't seen in other anime and in other sci-fi shows, but it's something,
Like, that point doesn't even get across in the show. It's wild.
Yeah.
Like hearing you talk about that, it almost sounds like you're describing a different thing.
Yeah, like I'm super interested to see a breakdown of the differences between these things, because like what they've presented here is it feels so vapid. It feels like there's so little heart to it.
Yeah.
They've sucked the heart. They have literally sucked the heart out of this show in favor of just plot. Which actually like connects a little bit to the spoiler video that you did. This seems like it was made by people who forget that things other than plot matters.
Yeah.
And it's atrocious. This is an atrocious anime. And like I probably hate it more than you guys do because I've read the manga and I was actually like, this is pretty good. I like it got me turning the pages all the way to the end, and I had no monetary investment in it or anything. I was just like, this is interesting and I want to keep reading it. And then the anime was like, I want to stop. I want to get off this fucking ride. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
yeah.
It's bad. Like
that's
bad. Clockwork Planet.
Bad.
It's bad. It's not worth your time, I don't think.
No, you deserve better.
Yes, you do.
So for the next anime, we are going to be, unless you guys have watched it, because I haven't had time to watch it yet, we're going to be skipping over the Danmachi spinoff, Sword Oratoria.
Okay.
Just because that's basically a sequel to Danmachi,
Yeah, it's
like
parallel, yeah.
I assume it's more Danmachi, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it just takes place in that guild, basically. Yeah. Like I've read the books, and it's all it is. So
I like Danmachi. I will be watching Danmachi, but it's more Danmachi. So we are going through to something which is almost a spin-off of another anime, or like a riff on it, so to speak. Eromanga Sensei.
I'm hyper curious to hear your take on this, Jeff.
So Eromanga Sensei is the new siblings romantic comedy, is how they describe it, which, oh boy.
Just start with that, yeah.
Does not infuse me with hope. It's based on, I believe, is it a light novel or is it an original thing? Just a sec. It's based on a light novel by the guy who wrote Oremo, I think.
Yes. I'm under that impression too.
It's got stuff carries over that's thematically similar to Oremo. Yeah, it's from the guy who wrote Oremo, and I believe it has the same artist as Oremo because the character
Without a
designs
doubt,
are very similar. The main character looks a lot like the main character of Oremo with different colored hair.
It may as well be called Oremo Side Story. Like, fuck, it's
but
same everything, same Claris, same everything. Yeah. But anyway,
so the plot of this, I think, or the setup of this is a little bit more interesting than Oremo. Because Oremo is about a guy who discovers that his little sister is actually an otaku, and that makes him want to fuck her. I mean, I'm being a little bit reductive here, but
when push comes to shove, he wants to fuck her.
He wants to fuck her, and she doesn't want to fuck him at first, but she does like arrogate about brothers fucking their sisters. So,
and when push comes to shove, she wants to fuck him too.
She wants to shove his push or something. I don't know.
That's
trying to be
correct.
clever here.
That's it.
So, Eromanga Sensei is about this guy who is a high school age light novel writer. He's got a successful light novel series under his belt, which is, it's hard to swallow, but I mean, I'll accept it from Saikano. I'll accept it here. It's a little less hard to swallow than fucking Kirino becoming the world's greatest light novel writer overnight.
I was gonna say, by the way, that's not a thing, right? Like, high school, like, light novel authors? That's not a thing, right? That's a creative liberty, right? Like,
I mean, there are a few mangaka and light novel writers who are high school age.
Christ.
Japan likes to market them as prodigies, right?
Because I will point out that if you told me most of these light novels were written by high school level people, I would say, yes, that seems correct. But I don't expect that they're actually written by high school level people. I don't know. I just don't know. So I found it curious in this show, but it didn't actually detract or anything for me. So
I mean, a lot of light novel authors are people who wrote web novels in high school, right? Like Sword Art Online. I think Reki Kawahara actually started writing Sword Art Online in high school. As a web novel. And it totally shows.
Yeah,
I don't know how
was
old
coming
he
out
is.
right around there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Eromanga Sensei, the main character, is a light novel author, and he works with this writer, or he works with this artist, Eromanga Sensei, who he's never met, but who draws these beautiful illustrations, and his light novel's coming to an end, and he's working on a new transcript. The Oremo style is that everybody's kind of a super genius at what they do, so he turns out in like an entire new light novel within like 2 hours of starting it, for his publisher to look over. So obviously this is not difficult for him, but he's finishing up his first successful light novel. He's a little bit worried about how his next one will do because, you know, he when you start a new project, that's kind of interesting and difficult. And I guess
his last one wasn't a killer either. Like
his last one did well. His last one had an
because I got
anime.
the impression based on the bookstore scene that like it wasn't that good.
No, I think people were sad to see it end. Seemed to be the kind of thing
It
with
had
it.
an anime adaptation. It was popular. It was popular.
Oh, okay,
So
because the bookstore scene where he was trying to like put his books on top of other more popular books gave me the impression that it wasn't the most anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's just got an ego, I think. But anyway, simultaneous to this, he has a shut-in little sister who has been like in her room nonstop for the last year after. So she's his stepsister. Their parents got married and then they got in an accident and died. And for the last year, he has been taking care of her as like a hikikomori, and just trying to create an emotional connection and trying to build a family with this little sister who it just never leaves her room. And if you have any knowledge of how anime light novel stories work, you know that it's gonna fucking turn out that his little sister is Eromanga Sensei, because obviously, you know, that's predictable from the word go. But yeah, it turns out that his little sister is it is his artist, and he finds that out by watching her live stream where she almost gets naked because it's the Oremo writer. This is not high art. And so
You like this show?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
I think it's fun. I think that the setup is interesting enough to just be interesting, right? I like the characters more than I like the characters in Oremo. I like that the main character's motivation is that he wants to have like a family, because like he wants to have a familial connection with his sister, as opposed to Oremo, where it's just like, hey, they're gonna fuck. And from what little I've seen of the other girls, because I haven't watched the second or third episodes yet, I like the designs of the other girls, and I am probably going to enjoy watching them bounce off of each other. This is a fun, stupid comedy. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not saying that this is the anime of the season or anything like that. This is a fun, stupid comedy that I am looking forward to seeing more of. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
I didn't love it. I didn't love Oremo either. I think this show's biggest forte is the production quality, which is very high.
It looks
the
decent.
The animation's smooth. It's consistent. And the character designs. I think those are the fortes. And I think this show has, for me, the same weakness that Oremo had, which is a fairly large percentage of every episode is just boring, like shot, reverse shot, people talking on couches.
Yeah.
Like, same thing in Oremo. They sit in the living room or at a cafe, and it's shot, reverse shot, saying something, and all you're waiting for is the girls to interact with each other.
Yeah.
To do cute things.
Mm-hmm.
If this was a book, I don't know if I'd be interested in reading it.
Probably not.
I think the cute characters is the only thing. Like, the cute characters and the general, like, quality of the production. Like, it doesn't look like shit. It doesn't sound like shit. And I think that the first other girl who's introduced, who's opening her opening spiel is just talking about dicks.
Yeah, she likes dicks, and that's her thing.
I think, yeah, whether that's true or not, I don't know yet. I only saw the first episode, but like, that's such a shallow, like, obvious hook. And I'm just like, are you serious? Like, this is what you're... It made me laugh, but when I stopped laughing, I was like, really? That's like...
Yeah, I mean...
It's so rote. It's so base. Like, it's... I don't know.
I'm hoping there'll be more to the characters than that, obviously, but also...
Yeah.
The one thing that I will say for all the boring shot, reverse shot dialogue is at least the dialogue's funny. Like, it's
got a snappy pace to it. And, yeah.
I
liked Yamada as well. So actually, I did watch the second episode. Shit. Yamada was cute, and she was like, her haughtiness was actually pretty amusing.
Apparently, Digibro and Best Guy Ever are doing a series where they talk about every single episode of this and why they hate it. So that's like, I haven't watched their podcast to see their thoughts on everything, and I can see it sort of inspiring that reaction. But to me, it's like, it's an inoffensive, mostly funny rom-com, and the thing that makes me like it more than your average inoffensive, mostly funny rom-com is just that I like the personalities of the characters a lot. Like, the main character is not typical light novel boy. I
think he's typical light novel boy.
He's not typical light novel boy to the extent that main character of Oremo is, you know?
But I mean, he is still written in service of, like, having a harem around him, and thus he's going to be quite talented, except in situations that make it awkward for him.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah,
I
have to say I did get light novel guy a lot from him.
I think I don't know. Maybe I'm not.
I mean, it's fine to be on different places with this.
Yeah.
I think there's no problem there. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'd say like with this and me, like this is totally. This is totally not the kind of show I'll generally watch. Like, I feel like a big appeal of the show is like watch the cute girls do cute things, which like doesn't really work on me. Like, not these kind of girls anyway, you know.
A little too young for you.
A little, yeah. Like, you know, I get that people like this sort of stuff, and I think that's totally cool or whatever. But it's definitely not the kind of show I like. But then on top of that as well, I think what bothers me about it is I do feel like there is like this real underlying kind of otaku wish fulfillment about it. And I feel like in that sense, it's constantly winking at the camera. And that drives me fucking insane, you know?
There's a certain cynicism that I felt in it where it's like... It's just such otaku bait.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's unbelievable. Like even more than Oremo was, which is crazy. And it's not. Again, I do agree with Jeff here. It's not awful. It's produced and directed, and everything about the production is really good, actually. But the writing, like, it's momentarily funny and entertaining, but I don't.
It's empty.
Yeah, it's like hollow. Yeah.
I think so my thoughts on it are that it's well executed.
Yes, very very well executed.
I won't say that it's basically schlock. You know, it's well executed schlock. But
yeah.
I like the characters enough to enjoy it on that level. Just like I said, I don't think that the main character is quite light novel boy. I think that the genuine affection, like the genuine desire to create a familial connection with his family, or with his sister. That was a redundant sentence. To like build a family with his sister, and the way that he goes about his light novel career is interesting enough to at least differentiate him from the nothing that is most of the protagonists of these things.
Because he does have something going on.
Yeah,
I think that's a fair point.
Pants.
And
he
like,
is not pants.
What I'd say as well is like this.
He is an improvement on the main character from Oremo.
And his little sister. I mean, maybe his little sister just draws more likability out of him, but she's a very likable character. She is cute as fuck. Not in a I want to bang her kind of way, but in a I want to protect her. You know, like I think
they kind of want to bang.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing that I kind of appreciated about the first episode, at least, is that they didn't, you know? He was never making advances on her, and she wasn't making advances on him.
Yeah, but remember, they're not full brother and sister, so yeah, so they're probably gonna get together.
I mean,
actually, I don't know. They're probably nobody's gonna get together, so that no otakus get angry.
Well, I mean, one of the positive things about Oremo is that it does actually have a definitive canon couple and ending, which is
it does.
Gross, but it happens, and that's something like they.
He put his foot down. And he said, "This is what it is,"
and they at least commit to that.
Which I respect.
But I mean, my thing is, I think that this story would be more interesting if it is about them becoming a family as opposed to them falling in love with each other because they're not related. You know, like the they're not really related excuse. I would like it if it landed on the, well, that doesn't matter, they can still be a family and love each other that way without being romantically in love with each other side of things.
Yeah, you know, I think that's a more interesting area to explore, definitely.
That the whole question of that is what makes Please Twins, which is actually a very good anime, I swear. That's what makes Please Twins so interesting. I know some people are probably going to be grossed out by that, but
I don't know what this is. I'm going to look it up.
Is
it like Kiss X Sis kind of?
No, Sis. Oh my god.
Please Twins is the spiritual sequel to Please Teacher.
Oh, good. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
That's Onagai Sensei, that one? Mm-hmm. Oh, fuck. Wow, this show exists.
Yeah, Onagai Sensei.
It's got an impetuous 6.9 out of 10 on Anime Planet.
An unapologetic 6.9.
Yeah.
Without prejudice, Please Twins clocks in at a wonderful 6.9.
Oh God. Yeah. I mean, also not great. I mean, I don't think that anything that writer has done is great, but I mean, Waiting in the Summer, you know? If you've enjoyed Waiting in the Summer, then everything he makes has the exact same qualities as that and is enjoyable on that level.
I guess like what I'd say is like if you like this kind of show, this seems like a totally acceptable version of that. And like I like trash of a different kind that's not this, but like isn't I don't think any more like fulfilling or better. It's just this would not make me any wiser to why people like this kind of show.
Yeah, no, this is if you're into moe girls and you're not ashamed of it,
don't be like what you like, you know. That's definitely not what I'd be saying.
This is close to the top of the quality of moe girls that you're going to see this season, and it's fun, you know. I enjoy it more than some of the other moe stuff. I enjoy it less than some of the other moe stuff. It's a show. It's funny. That is the main reason to watch this is that it's very funny.
I mean, if you need a recommendation, like I feel pretty not incredible about this show, and yet I am still going to watch the third episode because the production quality is good and it's not fucking the worst thing I've ever seen, and I'm at least interested to see if it can do something. It's not like Clockwork Planet where it's actually like fucking bad.
Yeah.
This show's fine. It's just there. I think hollow was a good way to describe it. I don't know which one of you said that before, but
Eromanga Sensei is kind of it's this season's version of what I like to call A1 Pictures popcorn, which is A1 Pictures is very good at making shows that just like go at a pace that you can keep consuming them, and they're not doing anything for you intellectually. They're not good for you, but they're not really bad for you, and you can just consume them to have something to do.
I totally have shows like that.
Yeah, and that's what Gate was. That's kind of what SAO was until it got so offensive that I couldn't watch it anymore. That's what the parts of Oremo that they did were too. You know, they're like A1 Pictures is good at making stuff that is paced well and produced well enough that you can just enjoy it.
The inoffensive otaku anime factory.
Yeah, exactly. But they also make good stuff. Like, I'm not going to go full Digibro and say that nothing that they make is good, because
yeah, that's kind of absurd, but yeah.
I quite enjoy, like, Erased and stuff like that. But yeah, no, this is just one of their popcorn series, and it being popcorn, there is still like a variation in the quality of the popcorn that A1 Pictures makes. Like Saikano was pretty good popcorn. Gate was not very good popcorn. Asterisk War was fucking awful popcorn, but it was all popcorn. In that, like, once you start watching it, unless you actively decide to stop watching it, you're probably not going to stop watching it. They're good at that. Magi and Blue Exorcist are also popcorn. A lot of their stuff is popcorn. Fairy Tail is probably popcorn. I haven't started Fairy Tail.
As an expert on Fairy Tail, I can tell you that is indeed the exact kind of show we're talking about.
But yeah, like
I think it was better than Oremo. I think I like it better than Oremo so far, having seen Oremo. But that's, you know.
Yeah,
I don't think I like any of the characters as much as like Kuroneko, who is like pretty like fun and stuff. I think right now the characters are still just kind of waddling around.
Yeah, they need to be established before they can do the crazy stuff that made Oremo watchable and somewhat enjoyable. But yeah, so if you like dill pickle flavored popcorn, I would say watch Eromanga Sensei. Do they have anything else this season?
A1? Yeah, they have the Granblue Fantasy, which is still going.
Right. So if you like salt and vinegar flavored popcorn, Granblue Fantasy is. We'll get to Granblue Fantasy because that's better popcorn, I would say. But yeah. Anyway, moving on. Frame Arms Girl is kind of nothing.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Did you guys watch it?
Nope.
No, but I'm familiar with the toys.
Yeah.
Because Kotobukiya has been making those for a while. So this is a probably financed by Kotobukiya anime that is based on their Frame Arm Girls line of militarized mech girls. Mm-hmm. I can't imagine it's more interesting than Buso Shinki or other comparable pieces of media.
Yeah. So Frame Arms Girl is basically you get a moe waifu doll or a moe waifu figurine, and then it comes with a model kit of Strike Witches nonsense that you can put on top of it. And Frame Arms Girl, the anime, is about those model kits are sentient and they will talk to you about how to build them, and it's fucking ridiculous because like the girl, she takes the talking sentient robot doll out of the box and is just like, okay, I'm gonna go back to my daily life. And she's like, no, you have to put these model kit pieces on me. And she's like, oh, okay, well, I can just pull these out, right? And she's like, no, you need to get clippers. And then she runs up and gets clippers, and it's like, oh my god, are those the Kotobukiya clippers? I've heard that those are the best clippers in Japan. They use folded Japanese steel.
That's when you close the window. That's boop, gone.
That's when I start taking notes.
Right.
But yeah, so it's like they are as legendary. They leave no white bits and awkward stuff on your plastic pieces. They are so
on
good.
The sprues.
Yeah, and then she's just like, all right, let's start. No, you have to do it in the correct order. And then she's like, oh, okay, well, let's start with this. No, you can't take that one out first. Why? That's number 6. No, it's number 9. See the underline on the so they explain to you how to build fucking Gunpla. That's half the fucking episode is explaining how to build Gunpla.
That actually sounds...
Right, well, I'm taking you back to the store.
That sounds kind of fun. Like, is it?
It's stupid fun. It's stupid fun.
I like the idea of a model shouting at me as I build it.
Yeah. The problem is that like none of the characters have any personality. It's just like driven entirely by, do you think these girls are cute? Can you like get past the slight taste of throw up in your mouth from watching the CGI models move, because they're not good CGI models? Then great. It's a show. It's basically like I don't know, Battle Doll, whatever the fuck, or Rosen Maiden or whatever. You got these collectible things that fight each other. Except I think
I feel like you're slating Rosen Maiden there. Like, this can't be as like Rosen Maiden's all right.
Rosen Maiden's good. No, this is not. No, but this is like that genre of you've got a fighting thing that thinks for itself. It's like Metabots with tits. It's Metabots with tits is what this is.
I will again point out Buso Shinki, which is the exact same thing. It is a toy line of militarized girls that got it's the same like premise on paper.
Yeah, and probably the only thing that sets this apart from that is that all of the fights seem to happen in this one girl's apartment. And she's just like trying to go about her day life, and she's like, fucking robots keep showing up at my house. At least that's...
How about stop?
That's what I got from the first 12 minutes of this show, which is all I could sit through before closing it.
That's fair. That's a more fair assessment than me and John gave it.
Yeah, it is a nothing TV show, and it's not worth talking about. So Fukumeneke Noise, I believe, is a bunch of 4-minute episodes, so we're not going to cover that. If I'm wrong,
Sure.
leave angry comments. Gin no Guardian.
I mean, Amazon picked it up, so it must be something, but I don't think any of us watched it. So.
Yeah.
I flicked through it just because I was kind of intrigued by the art style, and that is a nice looking show. I think I wouldn't usually go for the kind of hyper shoujo look, but this is quite well drawn.
Any thoughts on it?
Not a whole bunch. I think if people are curious and want a kind of like little taste of it, check out the music. There's a music video, well, not a music video, but like a performance comment called Fukumenke Noise. Nino loses control, and that it's just a really like emotional, powerful kind of concert scene, and it looks cool.
So is it 4-minute episodes or 23
From what I can
minute
tell, it's 23, the usual.
Okay. All right. Then in that case, I dropped the ball by not watching it, but if you're into romance shoujo stuff, might be good. I'll watch it later and I'll tweet about it. So follow me on Twitter at G0FFTHEW. See if I like that anime later. The next one I didn't fucking like, and we're gonna go over this very quickly. Gin no Guardian. This
is our first Howliners special
of the season. And oh boy.
One day, Shuyin receives a device from Lulin for a tomb raiding game online.
Yeah. Is that all the description that they give you?
No, I'm just curious, like that's
so on MAL, Lu Shuyin, Riku Suigen in Japanese, is a master of gaming, a skill only known to his classmate Lu Lian. One day, Shuyin receives a device from Lu Lian for a tomb raiding online game. While Shuyin is excited to receive the device, Lian is suddenly kidnapped. He touches the device that's left behind, pulling him inside the game and trapping him there. What is the imaginary world inside the device? What will Shuyin find there? So yeah, this is the most all over the fucking place anime I have seen in quite some time. It starts off in like this post-apocalyptic world with zombies attacking a ziggurat that's just next to a high school, with a bunch of girls having a lesbian sleepover party in it. And this guy's fighting off these zombies for like 10 minutes, and then he's cleaning a pool while playing video games, which doesn't seem like a very smart idea. And he gets thrown in the pool by bullies and almost drowned because he can't swim, which he tells them before they throw him in the pool. So that's murder. And like it's a fucking Howliner show, you know? It's got shitty pacing, it's got shitty writing. The animation is at a high frame rate, but garbage. And there's no reason that you would ever watch it.
The most offensive thing I find about this show is the character designs. I did a video like a little while ago just about character designs and like conveying information through them, and like it is baffling how little they manage to convey with their character designs. Like you can't derive anything about the characters.
That's true.
I think there is one good character design in this show, and it is the eponymous Silver Guardian himself, which is the main character's character in the game.
Yeah.
Where he just wears a wife beater, a red scarf, and this obnoxiously big metal helmet that covers his face. I think that is the one character design worth anything. It's not even incredible, but like it's like, yeah, that one's neat. Why isn't that one on the cover?
As opposed to,
because you're totally right. Everyone else just looks like nothing.
And that's how Howliners does it, right? Like, I mean, they did
everything looks like nothing.
Yeah, I like. Can you remember any of the characters from Bloodivores? Can you remember any of the characters from that fucking ghost nonsense show from the last season?
Classic.
Sorry, Bloodivores, was that a spin-off of Beast Wars or Animorphs?
Well, you see, it was about this sub-race of vampires, and they were actually they were the ones who were being prejudiced against, and it was some deep stuff. It was great.
Christ.
Yeah.
It's you know, I feel like they get to the end of their like production cycle, and they're all standing around a table, and they're like, "Man, look at this awesome show we made." And the camera cuts to the table, and there's nothing on the table. And they're like, "Man, time to upload that." And Crunchyroll just gets this file, and they're like, "There's nothing here." And they just put it up, and it's like, "Oh, wait, there's a show. Here it is. Silver Guardian, huh?" All right.
Yeah. Oh God.
At least it was
cheap.
crossed the line into just howling, like just with laughter at how bad it was, because it was fucking beautiful.
I do need
to remind myself. Was Blood of Wars was the one with the bank?
Yes.
Yeah, the one where they robbed the bank.
Oh,
and
fuck that one.
My favorite bit of that whole thing was they're like running from the police and like they're getting shot at and everything, and then out of nowhere he kind of just slowly turns his head, looks at his girlfriend, and just goes, "I love you."
I need to. So is my question for you is Blood of Wars as eminently watchable and funny as the greatest anime of all time, Mad Bull 34?
Oh, I'm not familiar with Mad Bull 34. It would have
really
to
good.
work pretty hard to compete with Blood of Wars.
Yeah, Mad Bull 34 is. I don't know, that our review of that on the Plebe and the Weeb that I did with Digibro, that the whole crew did with Digibro, should be coming out at some point. But that is a beautiful manime. That's a show for men. And
yeah, Matt's had the DVD for that for like a year, and I've been meaning to go over and watch it with him. But like it just never happens. But that
I'm
show's
scrolling through it on
amazing.
YouTube, and I am liking everything I am seeing. I am seeing an amazing muscled man in a dress walking slowly into a forest. This looks beautiful.
Have you seen the cut of him pulling grenades that he has tied to his pubes off of his pubes to throw them at gangsters?
No, but that's a legit technique.
That is a legit technique.
No one's gonna fuck with you if you do shit like that.
Watching that has made me want to watch more So Bad It's Good anime, but this is not So Bad It's Good. It's just bad.
Yeah.
I do have a bone to pick with the anime community very quickly on the subject of So Bad It's Good anime, since you brought it up, which is that Mayoiga is over. It's got a very low score, and a lot of people still seem to think that Mayoiga was bad by accident. Mayoiga was bad on purpose. It's hilarious. And if you think it wasn't bad on purpose, consider for a second that it is a horror anime with 30-plus characters where nobody dies. That's the joke. That's obviously the joke. And if you don't get that that's the joke, I'm sorry I can't help you. Moving on.
Okay, because the last thing I remember from that show was when we did the Weebcast, and you kind of liked it.
Yeah.
And so like, there's a whole middle section here I'm missing, and I look it up, and it's got like a 2.4 on MAL.
Yeah,
like, what the fuck happened?
Wow.
It's ridiculous because it's like it's made by the director of Shirobako, and it's clearly incompetent on purpose.
Okay,
Sorry,
no,
the 2.4 is on
actually,
AnyDB. Pardon me.
Yeah,
a much more
IMDb,
reputable
yeah.
site.
I actually watched the first 2 episodes of this, and I actually genuinely did hate it. And I know people make a lot of excuses because it's the director of Shirobako, but I just could not sink into this one at all. I was just like, if it's some like kind of wry comments, fair enough, but I was so bored by this.
No, it's just it's hard to like. The whole thing is it's a setup for horror that never actually really happens, and when it does happen, it's goofy. Sorry, I have needed to get this off my chest for a while.
Welcome to the Spring 2016 Weebcast.
Yeah, where we talk about anime from spring 2015.
it was 2016, but okay. Welcome to the Spring 2014 Weebcast.
Whatever the fuck.
Where we can't control ourselves, and Kill la Kill's really good, I guess.
I forgot what year it was. Anyway,
That is a rabbit hole we will not go down.
That's a rabbit hole we won't go down. But yeah. So Bad It's Good anime is neat. Don't watch anything from Howliners for that, except for maybe Blood of Wars. Moving on to good-ish. Granblue Fantasy, the animation.
Yes. So this is an adaptation of the gacha game Granblue Fantasy. I did make an exception to my never watch gacha game shows rule, because Granblue Fantasy in some ways is genuinely of a higher caliber, as a game and as a piece of media. Like Cygames is for some background. Cygames, the game company, they've always talked about how like they started with mobile games and stuff like Granblue Fantasy to get some capital, and they want to move on to console games, and they've actually just announced a bunch of console games earlier this year. So like they've always come from a place of earnestness where gacha was just a stone on the road to what they really want to do. And you can see that in the game because some of the storytelling is like real quality, and these guys really give a shit. Although the gacha portion sucks just as much as any other gacha thing. But this game is absurdly popular, like absurdly popular.
Because the girls are so cute and other factors.
Basically. Makes tons and tons of money, and they spend it on whatever the fuck. So here we have actually a pretty good adaptation of Granblue Fantasy's story.
Yeah.
And it's pretty good. It's a fantasy anime. Boy, this girl and this dragon, Vern, stumble upon this boy named Gran, and they get on an airship and they go do airship stuff. And that's it. It's a gacha anime, so it's just character arcs.
Well, so in the anime, it's this boy and his dragon. So Vern and Gran stumble across a girl named Valeria.
Oh yeah, the dragon is his. That's true. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And she just, so it's got sort of like a Castle in the Sky vibe. Girl falls out of sky. There's a lot of girl falls out of sky anime.
A lot of boys finding unconscious girls anime.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, it's yeah. She falls out of the sky. He finds her. There's an evil empire. They go on an adventure.
I think the show has a pretty cool look to it. Like it looks kind of modern, but I think a lot of the character designs feel kind of throwbacky as well to like maybe like very early 2000s or a little before that, just with the kind of proportions of their face. And I kind of like that about it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just 1 second, my cat is eyeing the door, and I think that she's going to start meowing really quick. But the line art. There are aspects of it that make it look a little bit like an older show. They use a little bit richer of a color palette, I feel like the kind of color palette that you'd see from like a cell animated show in the 90s.
Yeah, totally.
And the line art has like spaces in. Okay, the cat's laid back down. Disaster averted. So the line art is sort of rough a little bit.
It's imperfect.
Yeah, which makes it seem like a not a digital production. And it is clearly a digital production, and they the way that it's shaded and lit, I really like how the lighting in this show looks. Like it's a very well produced and I think beautiful looking anime. And the thing is that the way that they light the characters and the way that everything is drawn together, not only does it give sort of that feel of an older adventure anime, it also makes it so that the CGI blends in like flawlessly. The compositing in this is really, really good. And the like the CGI monsters just look good.
Yeah, it's just a good looking show. It's nice.
And it's plotted well.
Games got lots of money. And these guys did it. And like it's fine. The story isn't like the most interesting thing. It's adaptation of a gacha game, but it's fine if you want like sky fantasy action. It's fun. The FYI, for those who don't know, the first episodes have been out for a while. They came out. I don't actually remember quite when they came out.
They came out right at the start of last season.
At
the start of last season.
Start of last season, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So like 4 months ago, yeah.
I almost like started talking about the show on the Weebcast last year, but I couldn't find it on MAL.
I remember that now. Yeah, I do remember that now. Yeah. So
because I watched the first
bit of an odd release schedule, but the quality's there, so
Yeah, I think they did. They've also got 14 episodes, so they did those first 2 episodes, and now they've got the full 12 episode core right now. And it's a good show. It's also kind of popcorn. You know, it's like the story isn't anything super special. The character, like, it's another one of those things where the characters sort of carry it. Lyria and Gran are at least interesting enough to, or at least fun enough to make me root for them. But it's popcorn, you know. It's if you need a fantasy anime fix, this is a fantasy anime that will fix your fix.
Not going to change your life, but a nice one to stick on after a hard day.
Basically.
Which is a good description for the next anime that we're looking at, Hinako Note.
Yeah. Well, I felt like watching Hinako Note was a hard day. It's all right. So it's an adaptation of a 4-koma manga about this girl who is a total country bumpkin who comes to the city, and she ends up living in this. I don't fucking know how to describe it. Like an inn almost.
It's
attached to a bookstore.
It's a building with a cafe and a bookstore attached to it.
A building with a cafe and bookstore and living places, and she lives in this odd building. Anyway, she lives in this building. And there's a bunch of eccentric girls who do different things, such as be a maid and eat books. And there's some kind of funny bits in there. Like it is based on a 4-koma gag manga. Nothing in there really had me like bursting with laughter. I felt like most of the humor fell flat on me a little bit. I am a bit cynical about shows like this, I'll admit, so that might not have helped. But yeah, it reminds me of if you remember Uchumon wo Usagi desu ka?
Is this order a rabbit?
No, it was Gochusa. Gochumon wo Usagi desu ka?
Is the order a rabbit?
Is the order a rabbit? It reminded me of that a little bit. Except they're actually working in the cafe. Here they're just doing whatever.
Well, they have to work apparently, or something. But
well, the idea here is they're gonna do like a big play and with the drama club.
So
I think
the
I think is where it's going. But I didn't.
Yeah. Did you not finish the first episode?
I did. I did finish the first episode.
So yeah. So like the thing is, the main girl moved from the countryside because she wants to be an actor. And this school has a really good drama club, but the drama club shut down, so she's trying to start up her own theater troupe now, with all of these cute girls who conveniently live in the house with her. It's basically they're trying to do K-On! But with acting, which as somebody who is more interested in live theater than music, that's a little bit more interesting to me conceptually, but it's a cute girls doing cute things show, you know?
Yeah, I think it runs into a lot of the problems that a lot of 4-koma adaptations have as well, where the pacing is just like all over the place, and like when a gag doesn't land, that scene is just fucking wasted. Because it's all building up to the gag. Every scene is a build up to the gag. That's the structure of a 4-koma. And for me, I felt like none of them were really landing.
Yeah.
And so I mean, by the end of it, I felt like I watched kind of nothing.
Do you think that's down to the source material, or is it just poorly executed in the anime?
I think it's well executed.
I think it's always. It's possible. It's totally possible that it could be either. Having not read the source material, like I think you can fuck up an adaptation of a 4-koma, but I think you can also slam dunk it, as we've seen in other shows. But I don't like. I feel like it's hard to fuck up the execution of a 4-koma because like fucking look at it. It's simple. It's characters standing in front of things that barely pass for backgrounds, and they say 5 lines, and that should be. That should be a gut punchingly funny.
Yeah, and
I felt like nothing had me opening my mouth to laugh. I did a couple chuckles here and there, but nothing. Like I didn't want to watch the second episode actually.
Yeah, I mean, I recall laughing a couple times. You know, like
okay.
that's
fair.
That's like some of the. This is less like bust out loud laughing and haha she's got a cute reaction, you know? It's very basic. It's a very, very basic K-On! Knockoff, almost. Like, I don't know. It is kind of just a nothing show. You're right.
But you're digging this one, Jeff. You like it.
Yeah, I enjoy the theme of theater enough that I am willing to watch one more episode. Which it doesn't sound like high praise, but for shows like this, where I typically don't like cute girls doing cute things shows, the willingness to watch another episode is something, you know?
Yeah, no, and I feel you there. I really liked Scorching Ping Pong Girls. Yeah. So, you know, it happens.
It's like it's cute girls. I think that these girls are a little bit less cute than the ones in Eromanga Sensei, and a little bit more like, here's my quirky funny thing that I do. But it's
yeah.
It is what it is, you know?
It's not terrible. It's inoffensive. It's like, that's kind of where I'm landing on it too. By the talented team. Oh no, it's not by the same guys. I thought it was by the talented team behind my Berserk gift folder, but it's actually a different team. Well, shit.
Passion?
I thought that was the Berserk guys. Fuck me.
No. Passion did Roku no Yusha.
Oh fuck. Well, there goes that joke.
Which almost, like...
I appreciate the gumption.
I'm like 50-50 on that, because...
I think the only thing the Berserk dudes did was that tennis anime.
Oh, yeah. God, what's it called? It had that
TQ.
spin-off with the rich girl. Yeah. I think that was it.
Which is actually totally fine.
Is it? Yeah, TQ, that's it. Yeah.
So the next anime that we're talking about, though, just moving on, is ID Zero, which is a sci-fi thing from Sanzigen Productions, who I believe have never done something on their own before this. So they did Aoki Hagane, Arpeggio of Blue Steel. They did Arpeggio of Blue Steel.
They did Heavy Object.
But they did that with JC Staff. They did Black Rock Shooter with Ordet.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Arslan
as a
Senki
multi-studio thing.
Leiden Films, yeah.
Well, they did Bubuki Buranki on their own.
Oh, yeah, they did Bubuki Buranki.
The pattern is they did all the CG-only shows on their own, because that's their thing.
Yeah, okay, so they're a CGI company, yeah.
Yeah.
And Bubuki Buranki had really good CGI. This has really good CGI. This does not have really good anything else, so, yeah.
I'm not even surprised.
Did either of you watch this?
I did not.
No, I saw that they made Bubuki Buranki, and I was like, and Arpeggio, and I was like, you know what? Not down for another one of these.
I've heard Bubuki Buranki actually goes some places with its story. I never bothered to finish it, but
I kind of feel the opposite about it. But anyway, that's just me.
Did it get bad?
It just got nowhere.
Like
the beginning of the show, they say, "Well, we're gonna fight that girl," and then at the end of the show, they do that.
Oh yeah, that sure is a plot. And Arpeggio of Blue Steel was very nothing.
I watched Arpeggio, and like, I was so interested because I was like, "Oh, this is a slow burn. Oh, this is a real slow burn. Oh, this is gonna pay. This is gonna pay off so well in 12 weeks."
and then it was just smoldering the whole way through.
Yeah, it was just a real slow burn. Anyway, I
maybe
didn't watch
it's still
it though.
burning.
Sorry.
Maybe it's still burning. Maybe
it's true.
One day they'll
it's
put
true.
out a sequel.
The soul still burns.
ID Zero is about this like future where people have robots that they can put their brains into, and then they're
physically put their brains into it, or
what? No,
like
their consciousness. They transfer their consciousness into these robots called eye machines, and then their consciousness can be transferred back into their body from there. And the series starts with this academy excavating a meteor full of unobtainium, and a bunch of pirates show up, and this girl who is on a training mission, she ends up being stuck in a robot, and she goes with the pirates. And for, space adventure, space pirates, forced to live inside the body of a robot, it's again just nothing happens. You know, it's just dumb jokes and nonsense and trying to be funny but not funny at all.
The CG looks really good though. Like they've hit another level of their CG being fucking great.
Yeah, no, it's beautifully animated. That's the one thing I will say. Unfortunately, they're so good at doing human characters in CG, and their robots kind of look a little worse by comparison, and most of the show is robots.
I see.
So that's a little disappointing.
Yeah, the robots look hyper CG-ish, and like the human characters, like some of them are nearly like passable, if you know what I mean. Like they look really nice.
Yeah,
They
no,
do.
like if you freeze frame it, you almost can't tell it's CG. You can though, which makes it kind of funny because you can tell when a character is not going to be important because they just hand draw his face for the few frames that he's in.
Right.
And then he blacks out the visor of his spacesuit, and that's the last you see of him. But yeah, it's a show. It's I mean, I could see somebody really liking this if the lol random humor gels with them, but it's whatever, you know? It's another Sans Again thing. And it seems like these guys can't really do much unless they're partnered with another team.
It's the payoff that's missing every time. Like they just don't go anywhere. Like a bunch of stuff happens and you're like, this is neat. And then it just stays at a 6.57 kind of neat level the whole way through, and you're like, yeah, all right.
Yeah,
I'm finding it kind of depressing how many of our conversations are ending with "it's another one of these fucking things."
Yeah.
Well,
This
I mean,
season-
that's
This
seasonal
is another
anime.
one of
Yeah,
this
that's
is
true.
another one of those fucking seasons. But that, like, the thing is, that's seasonal anime, but it's especially disappointing because Winter 2017 was so fucking good.
It was good.
Like we got Maid Dragon, we got Akka, like
Maid Dragon came out of nowhere. God, like I did not expect to like that.
That was good. Yeah, it was a good show.
Nobody expected Maid Dragon to be their favorite thing of that season. We got Kuzuno Honkai, which is fucking great. Konosuba season 2, like even
May it rest in peace.
Even the nothing harem show of last season was Masamune Kun's Revenge, the Count of Monte Cuxtro, which was fucking steps above everything else in that genre. Like,
Yeah, it wasn't quite so generic.
the edgelordy bullshit was Yojo Senki, which was actually fucking great.
Yojo Senki was awesome. It was like one of my favorites, if not my favorite that season. Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like, there's like 10 shows last season that were great, and this season it's just like another one of these fucking things. Like, Kabukibu is another one of these fucking shows. It's a bunch of hot guys. They try to start a club for a weird thing that guys normally don't want to start clubs for. It's basically cheer boys with none of the fucking charm.
It fucking sucks. I'm
Cheer
looking at
Boys
this,
did have charm. I thought that was interesting, that show.
I'm looking at this fucking trailer for ID Zero, and it makes me really want to watch it because the CG is fucking amazing. The CG looks so good for weekly anime.
It's
Crazy.
It's fucking beautiful.
But I just have no faith in it going anywhere.
It will not go anywhere because it's Sans again. It just won't. You know. And the first episode was dull as fuck. I was bored. Kabukibu though.
Kabukibu.
It's about a bunch of boys who start a kabuki club. All of them are hot in a unique way. That's it.
Do you like sad hot? We got that. Do you like angry hot? We got that too.
Do you like quiet,
borderline
smart,
illegal
hot?
looking little boy hot?
That's the main character. Well, oh man, you are going to be well served by that.
Yep.
You like rocker hot? We got rocker hot. I like.
What else do you have? Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
Is that not good enough?
What do you
No.
mean?
Well,
what else? That's 100% of the entire like male spectrum.
We've got 6 hot boys. That's all you need.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sure this show is making someone very happy. Like,
hey, okay. One thing I gotta point out: Clamp did the character design, so that's a plus, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a Studio Dean light novel adaptation, so it could have been good. I didn't know that Clamp did the character designs. That's funny. But yeah, it's just a fucking nothing show, you know? It's there's a lot of those this season. Unfortunately, Kabukibu is one of them. It just kind of sucks.
That's okay. It makes our job easier.
Yeah, the same kind of applies to Kaitō Tenshi Twin Angel, or Twin Angel.
Oh boy, does it.
This is the most magical girl anime, if you know what I mean.
This is the worst magical girl anime I've seen in a long time.
This is the worst one I've seen since the last one.
I very much subscribe to the idea that Madoka kind of killed the magical girl game for a little while. And everyone's attempt to make a dark magical girl thing has just been in pursuit of that. With the exception of this is not a dark magical girl anime. Just prefacing with magical girl talk. With the exception of whatever the fuck it was called, not Yuki Yuna. That show sucked. This is like a lighthearted magical girl anime, so not that dark magical girl thing. And that's a facet of magical girl that still has not been dominated in a long time. Nothing's really
Pretty Cure dominates it.
It dominated financially maybe, but like there hasn't been like a 10 that's come out. And there hasn't been a mic drop in this category in a long time.
So I'm not sure it counts 100%, but I know Keiko Cat did. I mentioned it in a video a while ago. Keiko Cat, anime YouTuber, did a really good video on Flip Flappers.
Mm-hmm. Flip Flappers was fucking amazing.
Yeah, and would you count that as a magical girl show?
Oh, you know what? I guess you have to, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I forgot about Flip Flappers. Flip Flappers is incredible. It was my favorite show that season. My whole diatribe is worthless. Anyway, this show sucks. It's the like hyper-typical two magical girls, pink and blue. It's got to be pink and blue. Those are the colors little girls like. And they have a magical animal who is a hedgehog this time who gives them their powers. And they get their powers and they fight a collection of 5 of the least charismatic villains I've ever seen, and nothing, and it's so boring. And it is based on a gacha game.
Of course, no, it's an original. It's an original, is what it says on MAL.
Well, that's not what the end of the preview says.
Oh, well, maybe they put out a gacha game in conjunction with it.
Let me make sure. You know what? It might be advertising. This might be a spin-off of that.
Yeah. So
Twin Angels, there's a mobile thing.
Do you know what it really reminded me of? You know the fake anime in No More Heroes, Bizarre Jelly?
Yeah,
Bizarre
totally
Jelly 5. Yep.
Yeah.
Bizarre Jelly is less like parodied
typical.
This.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those things where it could be a parody except there's no joke ever.
Yeah.
Like their transformation device is the most obvious we have designed this to sell a toy to little girls thing that I have seen in a long fucking time. Since the last time I watched Kamen Rider, basically.
Which is very ironic because the origins of this series are patchy slot machines.
Oh, really?
And actually super not toys and super not aimed at little girls. This is aimed at the otakus who want to watch little girl shows.
Yeah, some of the character designs definitely led me to believe that little girls are not the target demographic of this thing.
Yeah, the main character has like bare midriff all the way up to like right below her boobs, which is something Pretty Cure, I'm pretty sure, is good at not doing because like maybe 4-year-olds shouldn't be, maybe that's not their thing.
Are you saying we shouldn't be showing sexual content to our 4-year-olds?
No,
I'm saying that maybe
that's kind of nuts, Liam. I mean, come on.
I'm saying that maybe shitty anime designs shouldn't be shown to kids who are going to make anime in the future.
So like the thing about this show, the way that it's executed is it's so bad and generic that it could almost be that it could almost be hilarious. It's boring instead of hilarious, but there are moments in it that are like funny for how either lame they are or how open-facedly just marketing focused they are. Like I said, the transformation device is an egg that you put a metal in, and then it opens up and it's a ring box, and then you can put on the ring, right? Like, that's the most I want to sell this toy to children toy that I have seen in one of these in ever. But then on the flip side, when they get to the actual fighting the bad guys, they just like the bad guys are sucking the happiness out of people. It's not even fucking clear how any of what they're doing is evil or what it even does to anybody, right? Like, it's
Yeah.
I think they're actually sucking pachinko balls out of the little girls in the audience. That, like, I was wondering what those random circles were that were being sucked out that were supposed to be their happiness, and it's like, now that you said it's a Pachi slot game, I'm like,
that's the origins.
It's pachinko. Okay. So yeah, this guy is stealing their pachinko balls with a magic vortex that he creates by playing guitar. Or by playing shamisen.
Shamisen, yeah.
And the monster of the week is literally just a guy playing the fucking shamisen. He's not...
Dude, do you see what I mean by, like, the most uncharismatic villains ever?
Yeah.
He's nothing. Like, he's
not even a monster, though. That's the thing, right?
No,
like, he's
yeah.
just a guy in clothes. And he, like, most of the fighting is done by dudes in rubber suits, which makes me wonder why this was even a fucking anime in the first place. I guess
it's just a bunch of putties, yeah.
They could probably have made this cheaper as just like a shitty Sentai series or whatever.
Yeah.
But they probably couldn't have gotten away with putting a real 15-year-old girl in that costume. Because the costume's, like, a little bit too sexy. A little bit too bare midriff for...
Yeah.
And like on paper, it's almost hilarious. They go up on stage while this guy is performing, and they just beat up a regular guy with a mace, and that's their magical girl thing, right?
It's like if there was
when she had the mace,
be
I went,
cool
oh,
if it was
cool.
10% more. You know, if they just pushed it that little bit further, it starts getting kind of funny.
Yeah,
But I feel like it's neither here nor there, funny nor cool, and I totally agree. Like, it really needs a push in either direction, and maybe it could have been something, but I feel like it's nothing right now.
it's the most 5 out of 10 show, which is why it has a 5 out of 10. It's
Oh, it does, yeah.
yeah, it's like, this is the show that I watched and I was like, boy, sure is anime in here. Like the characters of Hinako Note were kind of obviously riffing on the character designs in Lucky Star a little bit, and like everybody's a knockoff of something else from a Moe show, but the supporting cast in this is literally just clones of other characters from better shows. It's just...
You're not even wrong.
Yeah, totally.
It's nothing. Moving on to something that we probably should have watched, at least one of us, but none of us did. Kenka Banchou Otome. Which is a Liam, you explain what this is.
Kenka Banchou is a really cool Japanese beat-em-up series where you play as, like, tough Banchou high schoolers. Very cool series. There's one of them in English. Go play it. They made a spin-off for the Vita in Japan called Kenka Banchou Otome. It is a straight Otome visual novel. I believe it's even by Otomate, if I'm not wrong, who are like the guys. And this is just a anime adaptation of that visual novel. So if you've seen Hakuoki, or if you're looking forward to the upcoming Code Realize, like, you know exactly what you're getting into as far as, like, boy with a bunch of girl with a bunch of... It's just, you know, harem for girls. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems pretty fun, though, like, at least in
It's because it's themed around banchos. Like, that's a bit different, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, the fact that the main character of Machiavellism is a bancho is enough to make me like that show, you know? So...
Yeah.
But yeah, none of us watched it, but
That's kind
We
of
literally
the problem
cannot say
here.
anything about it.
it's a show.
It's a show. I did hear the game was actually quite good, but I have no idea about the adaptation for the anime.
Yeah.
Yeah, Is the game out in English?
No, Japan only. I don't think we're ever going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's 50-50 with Vita games, right? Because there's a lot of stuff that you'd think you'd never get, and then they bring over.
There's so many visual novels out there that we're just never going to get.
Yeah.
That's like every system. It's
like the Punchline game. That makes me real sad.
Like the fucking Punchline game. Oh my god, kill me.
Yeah, Kotaro Chikoshi makes a brand new fucking light novel, or visual novel, and we can't even fucking play it. Makes me sad. Moving on from that, Renai is still going. In other news, so is Natsume's Book of Friends. We Love Rice. Love Rice is a 4-episode thing. You wanted to say something about that, right, Liam?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. So I saw the first 3 episodes of this 3-minute show. The rice gimmick screams of either a rice company had a bit more money for marketing than they thought that season, or these writers are terrible. One of the two. I can't tell which one. Doesn't really matter. The cool thing about Love Rice, Rabudaisu, is at the end of the episode, a third of the episode is devoted to a good rice-based recipe that you probably haven't tried.
Sure.
And it is a live-action cooking class, no anime characters, no bullshit, where they teach you how to cook a rice dish, and it is the high point. And I tried the one in the first episode, and it was fucking good. So if you're into cooking, I highly encourage you to watch this show. I mean, it's fast to get through it, but partially and mostly for the recipe at the end that is again rice based, and that's cool, and that is a thing, and I'd love to know where the money came from.
just reading the summary here, the project anthropomorphizes rice into schoolboys. I feel like this could be like a deviant art comic.
It could be, yeah. It's such a base thing.
Yep.
It's like we need a topic. Well, let's just pick a word out of a hat. Like
it's like anime is getting
rice
so
came
specific with its fetishes. It's like, fuck, we've done swimming boys, we've done
sword
volleyball
boys.
We need
Gotta get a new gimmick boy out.
Yeah. I mean, volleyball boys is actually good though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moving on to more boys. This is Prince Boys, the Royal Tutor.
Yeah, this I think I lasted like 10 minutes in this show.
Hey, same here.
So there's a bunch of rich boys, and they need a new tutor because they keep scaring away all their old tutors. And the tutor comes, and he's really serious and shit. And the guard tries to turn him away because he looks a bit like a kid, because he does look like a kid. He gets inside, he meets the boys. They all seem perfectly nice. And then with the blink of an eye, it turns out they're all huge assholes, and I closed the video. Because it's like, it's a bunch of assholes and their teacher. Well,
I think
shit. Never heard that story before.
Liam, I think you might have written this off too soon because
did I?
I think you might have written this off too soon because just listen to this description from my anime list. I think this will sell you on this. It's a comedy of educational proportions.
Wow. Was that an MAL guy who wrote that, or was that Yen Press who wrote that? Oh, it was Yen Press who wrote that.
That was 100%
God
Yen Press.
Damn it. Holy shit. Lower that guy's pay.
Yeah. So, like, the other hook of this is that the main character looks like a little boy. So, yeah, the princes are a bunch of obnoxious fucking dickheads. And he's got to teach them, and that's comedy, and there's yaoi bait. That's the anime.
Yeah. It really didn't feel... I know I really didn't give it a fair shake, but it really didn't feel like there was going to be anything in there that I felt was worth shaking out.
So I wanted to watch this with Yazi, because, she's a Fujoshi, and that...
yeah.
Like, it's fun to watch this with the intended audience, probably, because then you get to watch them freak out. So I wanted to watch this with Yazi, but she was... Like, she barely had any interest in watching it, and I don't know, it could be good if it's your kind of thing to watch obnoxious kind of funny pretty boys being obnoxious kind of funny pretty boys, and you can't watch Ouran High School Host Club again.
That's
for some
exactly
reason.
what I was gonna say. That's literally what I was gonna say. It was just watch that show. 'Cause
But if you've already seen that like 50 times, watch it again, and then maybe consider watching this after if you're like really pressed for ideas. I don't know. We didn't give it a fair shake, and that's, I'm not going to condemn it to hell for that. We also, I don't think any of us watched Quan Zhi Gao Shou, which has a surprise, which is the other Chinese animation that's passing off as anime. In a multiplayer online game, Glory Ye Zhu is referred to as a textbook and top-tier pro player. However, due to myriad reasons, he is kicked from the team. After leaving the pro scene, he finds work in an internet cafe as a manager. When Glory launches its 10th server, he throws himself into the game once more, possessing 10 years of experience, the memories of his past, and an incomplete self-made weapon. His return along the road to the sun. So this is about esports?
I guess so. Which
that actually sounds kind of interesting.
For a second, it felt like you were reading the description to Silver Guardian, but then it got kind of neat. And I'm watching the trailer, and it actually, like, visually is doing it. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks really nice. And, like,
did we fuck
that's
up?
an interesting angle. I think we did.
I mean, we might have fucked up on this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
We might. Our anti-Chinese prejudice may have been too strong this time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, we
we should
learned
probably qualify that statement a little bit.
We only learned our anti-Chinese prejudice from the Japanese, who have a much stronger one than we do.
Yeah, basically.
I was just so done with Howliners, but this actually looks really fucking good. God damn it!
It does. I think we done goofed on this one.
Yeah, we did.
Goofed hard. Oh man. Now I just need to find a way to
one out after.
watch it. But yeah, the first good Chinese anime, maybe. I don't know. I don't know where it's streaming. That's the big problem.
The English title is The King's Avatar, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. That's actually like meaningful. That's like a metaphor for Yeah. That seems like it could be good. Okay, so you have just heard us reacting. This has turned into a reaction video.
Reacting to an aggregate review score. And a trailer. Yeah, no, so I guess this one might be worth at least giving a cursory look.
Yeah.
Even though we didn't.
I feel like this might actually be a worthwhile show. So, check it out. It apparently has some good comedy, some good action.
Like, I'm keen to see good stuff come out of China because, like, they're working up to the point where, like, it's inevitable that they will get really good. And, like, some already, like, really good one-off animation has come out. So it's an interesting space to watch.
I mean, that...
definitely.
What was that one? I'm To Be Hero. To Be Hero was pretty decent, and then it wasn't, and then it was.
I thought the beginning was really decent, and then it struggled to stay as decent as the beginning. But like, there's been a bunch of flash in the pans, but none of them have really stuck. And I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe this is the first good one. That said, I'm not knowledgeable enough to qualify that statement. So.
Yeah. Cheating Craft also was...
Oh, I really didn't like that one, but okay.
I mean, Nate really liked the first episode, yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. This could actually be pretty interesting. We'll see. Moving on to stuff that we actually did watch. Recreators from Troika is a new original series from the same team that brought us Aldnoah Zero, and Troika hasn't really made much other than Aldnoah, except for Sakurako-san. Sakurako-san's Investigations was actually pretty decent.
That was good. I like that show.
But yeah, so this is the first original series from Troika since Aldnoah Zero, and I would say from the first episode, it is a lot fucking better already. Like, so right off the bat.
I've watched the first 2 episodes of this. I'm fucking excited to watch more. The second episode I thought was even a big improvement on the first episode.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I've only seen the first episode because you guys have the luxury of sitting down to watch stuff that you like for more than one episode. I have to watch everything.
Except for Chinese shows, apparently.
Except for Chinese shows, which seems like a big mistake, because that looks really fucking good, actually. So Recreators is about this guy. It's sort of an inversion of your standard isekai story. It's about this guy, he's in his room, he's watching his favorite anime, and then all of a sudden, his waifu from his favorite anime pops out of his iPad and is in the real world.
And like when I heard that plot summary first, I rolled my eyes so fucking hard. I was like, I don't want any part of this. But I think where it actually became really interesting is like, it's not just his favorite anime coming to life. It's all these different genres of anime. And so in the second episode, like a magical girl appears. Yeah. And then she gets in like, all this stuff happens. She gets in a big fight with someone and she hits them really hard. And then like when they're bleeding, she's like, wait, why are you bleeding? That doesn't happen when I fight, because she's
that wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, and I thought that was really cool. And then like a fucking like JoJo's character shows up and he has like a stand and everything. And
so like the whole thing is it's fictional characters coming to life.
Yeah,
and
then,
it's
like,
funny that you bring up JoJo, because like what seems to be happening is what's the name of the stand that brings all of the fictional characters to life?
From part 6?
Yeah, from part 6.
I can't remember.
But yeah, that... Oh, God, I'm blanking on that right now. Let's see.
Anyway,
fictional... Yeah, whatever. Whatever it's called. Bohemian Rhapsody, I think?
I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, Bohemian Rhapsody. Why would I not remember that? That's one of my favorite songs. But yeah, so it seems like Bohemian Rhapsody's going on or something. There's like there's this one character who seems like kind of like there's this one evil girl who's dragging all of these fictional characters out of their worlds into the real world. And she seems to have this plan to rebel against the gods, because all of these fictional characters are, of course, created by humans in the real world, so they are their gods, effectively. And she's pissed. She's pissed off for some reason. It seems like the girl in the hat has some kind of like this is just theory crafting at this point. But it seems like she has some kind of connection to the main character. Like she seems to recognize him almost, and he definitely recognizes her. So I think that maybe she's like the main character of a fan fiction he wrote or something, who has like a grudge against him for never finishing it or something like that. Like, but it's all about like the interplay between fiction and reality, and it has ideas behind it. Thank God for that.
And like the way it's committing to them, I think is really interesting, because like the JoJo's character I mentioned, he has a real like, you know, the real typical I'm the rival attitude, but then someone's like, yeah, that's because he's the rival character in that game he's from. And it's like, so like they've kind of thought about this stuff, and I don't know, I like this kind of show. Like, I like the kind of ensemble battle cast show, you know?
It feels quality, and it's a little bit fresh, and the character designs are really good and fun, and they're very varied, as they're all coming from different pieces of media within the world.
Yeah.
The music's really good.
Yeah, it's really
by
good.
Hiroyuki Sawano, who's a fucking incredible musician. He did of course, Aldnoah Zero. He did Xenoblade Chronicles X, lots of big stuff. He's very good.
Yeah, Aldnoah Zero's best feature was its soundtrack by far,
possibly. I don't know. This it's just a really good battle anime.
Yeah, I'm
honestly
surprised.
It reminds me of Fate before Fate went off the fucking rails in a lot of ways.
I think it's also, it feels to me a lot more fun than Fate. Like, I find Fate so fucking dry.
But after a while, yeah.
I was having a good time with this one most of the way through. Well, for the first 2 episodes.
Thus far, yeah.
I'm really excited to see where they go with it. It's nice to have a full season 22 episode original series coming out. It's fun, and the one thought that I have for this beyond I really like it and I want to see more of it is, God damn, I want this to be a fighting game.
Yeah. And I love the selection of characters they've picked. Like, one of them is pretty much Genocider Show from Danganronpa. Mm-hmm. Like, she's identical.
But, yeah, like, this whole mishmash, it seems like they could turn, like, Arc System Works could turn this into a really, really good game.
Oh, I bet someone will.
It's just really fun. It's got all the makings of that kind of...
Yeah. Oh, I mean,
product, yeah.
I hope someone will. The problem is that will be a licensed fighting game, and that's kind of iffy territory to step into. But, like, the way that the characters fight is really cool and varied. The effect of him sort of slipping into the fictional world before the fictional world crashes into his is just fucking cool.
Yeah. The first character he meets is pretty much Asuna from Sword Art Online. Mm-hmm. Except the cool thing there, it's Asuna minus Sword Art Online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with a lot more personality. It's just a good fucking TV show.
Yeah,
I'm really
good.
I'm pumped to watch more of this.
Mm-hmm. I'm struggling to remember the last time I liked a non-trigger battle anime as much as this. And it's like, and I'm like, I don't know, does Mirai Nikki count as a battle anime? It's a long time ago.
Mirai Nikki is like death game anime don't really count as battle anime.
No, I know they're not exactly the same thing. But it's that's how much I'm struggling to think of the last non-trigger battle anime I liked.
I really like
JoJo
Nikki quite a lot.
What?
Yeah, but JoJo's like old as fuck. It's just an adaptation, So
yeah, I mean, and then Mirai Nikki's writer made the worst battle anime ever.
Oh boy.
I'm blanking on the. New Order.
Big
Order?
Order?
Big Order, yeah.
Big Order.
Big Order was fucking awful.
Oh my god, was that the Mirai Nikki writer?
Yeah.
Oh, because I really have a fondness for Mirai Nikki. Like, I had a great time with that show. But Big Order, I watched one episode and I was like, oh, fuck that.
Nope. Yeah. It's good battle anime is hard to come from and
it really
come
is.
by, and this is a good fucking battle anime. There's a
let's
bad
hope it
battle
stays
anime
good.
coming up pretty soon. But yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah, there's... Alright, so, we got Renai Boukun, or Love Tyrant.
Boukun.
Which is not a bad battle anime. Renai, it's a zany romantic comedy that is a lot crazier than some of the other rom-coms that we've seen recently. The main character is just sitting alone in his room one day when a demon-looking girl shows up with a kiss note, which is like a death note, except it makes you kiss people, which she demonstrates by getting the Prime Minister of Japan to kiss the secretary of the Treasury.
There were some good jokes in this, I thought.
Yeah, and like, it's very much... I feel like it sits somewhere between... The World God Only Knows and Dokuro-chan in terms of zaniness and craziness. It's definitely a very irreverent and funny show. But basically this girl, she's like, I wrote your name in this book and now you have to kiss somebody or you're going to die a virgin. So let me pick out some nice boy for you to kiss because she's a Fujo. And
you can pick any boy you want. Why does it have to be a boy? That was the thing, yeah.
And then, so, like... she's got this kiss note. You see this girl that he has a crush on. You think you know where it's going, which is like, oh, okay, so he's got this crush on her. She's going to write a thing, and then it's going to make stuff awkward. Turns out that she already had a crush on him, too. Also turns out that she's a crazy fucking yandere who murders anybody who gets anywhere near him. But that's okay, because this devil girl is immortal. So,
yeah.
But that also leads to, like... Because with a lot of yandere characters in comedies like this, they can't commit to that character, like, actually stabbing someone.
Just pointing out, yes, it is a comedy, so characters like the murdering isn't heavy.
Yeah.
It's very, very light stuff. Yeah.
But like they can actually commit to characters getting killed, which is where the Dokuro-chan comparison comes in.
Yeah.
And it's not as bloody as Dokuro-chan, but it's very much that same tone of just laugh a minute. Whatever we throw at the wall to make stick will do. There's nothing smart about the script, there's nothing that really makes it stand out as special, but it's really, really fucking funny.
And there's some really good,
gags are solid, man.
Yeah. I really liked the one where it was like, if you don't like enter another name, and he's like, I'll die, and she's like, no, I'll die.
Yeah. I really like that too. Yeah.
And then he just immediately kicks her out of the house. But then she's like, yeah, you'll be a virgin forever. And they've got, and like they establish very early that like you just have to put an X next to somebody's name, and then they're in the note with you and part of a love triangle with you. So the thing is that she looks like a devil, but she's a Cupid. That's one of the things that's like whatever. But she's very, very cavalier about just putting extra names in next to their names, because it's already this love triangle with a crazy fucking yandere, but because they're entered into this contract with her, none of them can die, so everybody's constantly getting stabbed. Constantly. And it's good fun. It is good fun.
The animation isn't like super great or anything, but some of the character designs are really cute.
Oh yeah.
I think the only bit of the art that I particularly like have any comments on is I don't really dig when she enters her like gag mode and she becomes bald. I find that kind of weird.
Really strange. Yeah.
It's really weird, and I don't feel like it was ever landing, and I was like, oh, that's funny. Like I was just like, no, that's just weird. But otherwise, yeah, it's good. Like, we've passed over stuff like Hinako Note and stuff that I thought was like it's a gag thing, but nothing's landing.
Yeah,
as a gag thing, and some of the stuff's actually landing, and it's like this is good. This is fun.
It's a good time. The main girl, her character design is really fucking cute. And like while we were watching it, literally the first thing that Yazi said was, "I want to cosplay her." So, the character designs are one of the stronger aspects of this, even if the animation is
I'm probably going to stick with it for a little bit. Sorry, I killed your segue there. I apologize.
I think we're all going to stick with Love Tyrant. But on the other side of character designs, Leiden Films has done their own little fucking thing. Their
own little fucking thing.
Their own light novel adaptation. That's what they call it these
days.
And now, to be fair, Leiden Films has done some stuff that's good. They did Yamada-kun's and the Seven Witches. They did Arslan Senki, Terraformers, or Terraformars.
They did Poco's Udon World.
Which was really cute. They also did Schwarz's Marken, which was awful. So, they're all the fuck over the place. And this is maybe the worst thing that they've ever made. Akashic Record of the Bastard Magical Instructor is a light novel anime. You know what I'm saying when I say that. It's fucking...
Yeah.
It's The Irregular at Magic High School. It's Asterisk War. It's every fucking light novel anime about a magic high school ever. I love Harry Potter, but for inflicting this plague upon us, I wish death on J.K. Rowling for spurring this fucking nonsense. So basically, this is every fucking light novel anime you've ever seen, except the main character's a teacher and he's really lazy.
So it's also kind of creepier because he's a teacher.
Yeah, it's way creepier because he's a teacher. And it's a subversion of the genre. It's a deconstruction of the light novel genre. I say in big quotes, it's a parody, which is how they get away with doing the exact same fucking thing as the regular ones, and then looking at the camera and winking, and then going back to the exact same fucking thing.
Do you mean in regards to the main character specifically?
In regards to everything.
Everything.
Because
I was gonna say in regards to the main character, I don't think he is, because the light novel protagonist is or the light novel cast is girls are good at everything in the world. All the girls are all good at the things that kind of matter. But when it comes down to it, the guy is best at the thing that really matters, and he's got tons of character flaws to make the girls look really good. But when it comes down to it, he's the one who's the only one who can save the day.
No,
and this conforms to that really hard.
Yeah, no, this does. So, like, the first episode, they set up the fight between main girl and main character, which is, like, contractually obligated when you're writing one of these things. You gotta start it with, I accidentally offended a hot girl, so I've got to fight her, and then somehow I end up accidentally touching her boobs.
You've got to prove that the hot girl is hot, but not or that the hot girl is strong, but not intimidatingly strong.
Yeah, you almost said.
Yeah, she's got to be strong, but also docile.
Yeah.
When you need the otaku market to buy.
But so in this one, so the gag is that he sucks at fighting and he loses immediately, and that would be funny if it was in something else. But like you go through a whole fucking episode of just standard light novel bullshit, like attempted humor that's just not fucking funny, and this teacher being a bad teacher, and the joke is that he's obnoxious and perverted and whatever. And then they go outside to have this magical duel, and he's like, you can only use this one spell, and it's like, they're like, okay, so this spell has a really long incantation, but if you can shorten the incantation, you can cast it faster. So this duel comes down to who can cast it faster, and then it turns out he can't even shorten the incantation, and he's shit at magic. But then, the next episode, it turns out that he's actually the best at magic, and he was secretly an assassin before he became a teacher.
Really?
And
yes, and he was lying during that fight.
And he has the default magical ability for character who seems like they're not good at magic, but actually they're really good at magic, which is that he can negate other people's magic, which is the exact same thing as the irregular at Magic High School.
He can negate all magic, including his own. But it's like an area of effect.
Yeah, so he's got an AoE where he cancels all magic, including his own, which is that's
Railgun as well. Or
but it's even worse, man. Because normally it would be like, yo, I've got an AoE that neutralizes this entire power, so now we can get the light novel harem cast of girls to get in there and fight, because they're really strong with swords or something. But it's even worse, because not only does he have the AoE that stops all magic, he is insanely accomplished at melee combat.
Yeah. That's
right.
So so he just can solve everything. Mm-hmm. You just do everything.
Because the whole thing is mages never bother to get good at fighting, and he's good at fighting, so he can fight, and that's it. And it's like they try to set up that he's a subversion of the Mary Sue main character, but they all do. But he's the same fucking character again. You know, he's good at everything. He gets all the girls to like him. And the only difference is that he's a little bit more openly perverted. And even then,
which is not good writing.
like Rakudai Kishi no Cavalry had a good subversion of the walking in on a girl naked trope, which is the main character's like so dense that he takes off his own shirt and he's like, this makes it okay, right? When that just makes it worse. That's funny. Walking in and being like, well, I'm gonna get hit anyway, so fuck apologizing. I'm gonna look at your boobs more.
Let me double down.
I feel like it's main characters like this that I think make some guys at anime conventions so fucking creepy, and they have no idea they're doing it.
Yeah, no, this normalizes.
Also, I want to point out that the MAL rating for this show is very close to an 8.
Yes, frighteningly so.
This is one of the highest rated shows of the season.
It's 0.02 below Recreators.
I almost that almost makes me want to make a video about how bad it is because it's so bad.
Yeah,
And
like
like
upsettingly
one
bad.
thing that really pisses me off about it is like look at the uniforms of the girls. And like look, I'm not like against fan service at all. Like I'm fine with it. But when you are breaking the world of your show in order to put girls in sexy outfits, because the rest of the characters in the show, they're all in like old-timey like farmer gear.
Yeah, and then the uniform at this school is a prostitute outfit.
Yeah, like it looks terrible.
The male uniform at the school is basically a suit, like a dress suit kind of thing almost. Not a dress suit, but like a military suit uniform
And like
thing, you know?
again, fan service is totally fine, but don't make me feel like a fucking idiot, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, they are wearing garter belts, dude.
Yeah.
Like no, it's fucking ridiculous.
It's like it's actually a stripper outfit. It's not even
and you know who's fine in stripper outfits?
strippers.
Yeah.
Strippers are great in
And
stripper
you know what?
outfits.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But like, are you really trying to tell me that this is this world?
Yeah,
This is
like
how
it
they-
just,
I
it doesn't
want
make
I don't
any
want to look
sense.
at this world. I don't want any part of that. Like, especially when you're in the school and the guys are sitting right next to them, and they're wearing like this kind of school uniforms you would see in any other light novel
Like
anime.
with the big overcoat and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you look at the girls and they've got the little overcoat like shawl thing, but then the uniform cuts off comfortably above the belly, like right around the rib cage. And they have like these tiny 7-inch skirts, tops,
Shorter.
garter belt.
No,
and I don't
their skirts
even
are
know how to
basically frilly belts, is what they are.
And I don't even know how to describe the straps that extend up from their skirt. I don't know exactly what those are called.
Yeah, they just like hold the thing. Suspenders, maybe. I think those might be a variety of suspender, but they basically make it look like they've got a high waisted, like a high cut thong on.
They're just some of the least tasteful. No, calling them least tasteful does a disservice to things that are not tasteful. Like this design is fucking abhorrent when it's standing next to the male design, and I really think that's a big part of it.
Like it breaks the world.
They contrast so aggressively, and like the character who's meant to be the extremely attractive like older woman who kind of takes care of the main character in a way, or was his mentor or whatever. She is wearing so much more fabric, and she's supposed to be like the sexy older woman character. It's just hard to swallow.
I think
when they're sitting next to the boys in class. It
doesn't make sense.
Ridiculous. It is one of the most like actually gross sexist things I've seen this season.
Yeah, and like I'm not even gonna complain about it being sexist. It's just it doesn't make any fucking sense, and it pulls me out of the world. You know, like
that's for sure. Yeah,
I think a good bar with this stuff is if someone walked in on you watching it, would you feel embarrassed? And I'd be fucking mortified. Like.
And here's the thing. Like, they've actually spent a lot of time thinking about how the magic system in this world works. And that, like, they actually...
That's their one gimmick. Like, it's...
But they actually make it kind of interesting, right? Like, this character's, like, talking about how magic is this system of codes that allows you to manipulate your own subconscious and direct mana. And, like, how specific... Like, injecting specific typos into how you pronounce a spell's incantation can cause it to veer off to the left or the right, and like there's all this like interesting stuff.
Yeah, like, and like in fairness,
in the
that
name
stuff is interesting. Like that's cool.
I love the Name of the Wind. You know, I love stuff like that where a magic system's explained, but all of that's fucking wasted if I can't buy into your world because all of your little girls are dressed up as fucking whores. Like,
it's dude, it's absurd. Like, I totally agree. It undermines everything the show had going for it. But then even if they were dressed up correctly,
it would still be
you have a great
awful
ratio you want to drop for what happens in the second episode.
Okay, so in video games,
And I just want to point out, it's very shitty of me to say if they were dressed up correctly. That is actually a really shitty, presumptuous thing of me to say.
But okay, here's the thing.
But their designs are awful.
Here's the thing, right? If they were just wearing these clothes because they felt like it, or because they were idols, I'd be like, okay, you know what? I get that, right? You know?
Good point. Yeah.
But this is something that a school makes them wear. That's stupid.
It's gross. Like,
that's
like fuck.
Like adult, probably males decided that these girls need to be wearing these clothes. That's fucked. That's actually fucked. But what's more okay, so in video games, there's a great blog called Old Man Murray that dissects like the death of adventure games and stuff. It's an older blog. I don't think it's been updated in forever, but he introduced one very important concept, which is time to crate. That is the time from when you start a video game to looking at a crate, because that is the time it took for the designers of that video game to run out of ideas. In Tomb Raider and Doom and a bunch of other things, you are looking at either a crate or a barrel right away, so obviously those games are terrible. But like the general idea is, you know, pushing boxes or getting things out of crates is super unimaginative, and you've run out of ideas at that point. Harem anime has a similar concept, which is the time to accidental boob touch. And that can also be time to accidental she flips over your head and her ass lands on your face, as we see in Myriad
Phantom
Colors
World.
Phantom World. But that is the time it takes for a harem anime to run out of ideas. And the equivalent of that for a shitty light novel adaptation is time to rape. Because that is the time that it takes for the writer of a light novel to run out of ideas for how to shock you or keep you interested, so he goes to raping one of his characters, or almost raping one of his characters.
And in Sword Art, they did really good. It took until they introduced What's-Her-Face, the dragon girl.
Silica, yeah. It took... Silica, and even then, she was...
It took a very respectable, probably 6 or 7 chapters.
Yeah. Sword Art is a high bar. Asterisk War, they get to rape within, like, 2 episodes. The Irregular at Magic High School, I believe that when the school gets invaded by terrorists, there's some rapey bullshit that happens then.
That's always what it is, man. That's always what it is.
Yeah.
Like, awful criminal... Time. Oh, I gotta rape. Gotta just whoop.
And the time to rape in Akashic Record is 1.5 episodes.
Yeah.
That's fucking bad.
Yeah.
Like that,
and it's really overt too.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
that's kind of shocking, because like what I've seen of the first, like I didn't make it through the first episode, but what I've seen, like, that seems even very out of tone with that show. Like, I can't imagine that was in any way done well or anything.
To be clear, there was no penetration, but this is the textbook definition of girl tied up on the ground by a criminal being sexually assaulted, both verbally and physically.
Until main character San shows up and saves them.
Like, she starts off like, don't do it, and she ends off, if I'm not mistaken, crying.
Yeah. And
like, it's like they go through the whole thing.
At least.
It's a scarring experience.
I'm going to defend SAO here for a second. At least SAO had the decency in its first couple rapes to make them tentacle rapes. You know?
Yeah.
That's
and when it was Asuna's time to get raped, at least it was the main villain.
Yeah. You know? I mean that. Oh, God.
This young.
I think that we're down a dark hole and we have lost all perspective.
This young stripper uniformed maiden is being desecrated by a nobody criminal in episode 1.5. And is saved by the useless boy that she hates but will grow to love.
Yeah, exactly. It's and you better fucking believe that A, she is not going to be traumatized by that event at all, because they never are in these fucking shows. And B, she's going to be standoffish toward him for the rest of the fucking series, which she's fully entitled to do because he's an asshole, but then she's gonna feel bad about it because of that one time he made her not get raped.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, and it's not going to turn around until he helps her get to the castle in the sky.
Yeah.
Which is, they keep talking about this castle in the sky, and you know what? I can tape a castle in the sky up on my green screen, and during my streams go, look, there's a castle in the sky, and people will go, what's that castle in the sky? But it doesn't mean you wrote anything of substance.
Yep.
Like, fuck. It's driving me crazy. They keep talking about it, and it's like, but you haven't told me anything about it.
It's a mystery.
It's not a mystery. It's fucking nothing. You taped the castle to the sky and keep pointing at it and saying there's a castle. But tell me anything. Like,
No, it's her grandpa wanted to see it, and then he didn't, so she's doing it instead.
yeah, I mean,
It's just awful. It's just awful. And like the way that it starts taking you out of the moment too. Cuz like this guy is running to school. He's clearly an older male is running to your school. He almost bumps into you. So you fucking launch him into the air with a magic missile? What the fuck? Like
yeah.
These
You could have killed him.
These girls start out by assaulting this guy with magic, which, by the way, they just established they're not allowed to use magic outside the academy.
Yes, that is. Oh my god, you're super right. It's like the first thing they talk about.
So like,
and that's probably like worthy of arrest.
yeah, no. So they like immediately establish that this is grounds for arrest and like double expulsion if he wasn't a teacher, which he is. So that's like 50 expulsions right there, and yet he just lets this girl fucking hit him. You know? Like, because it's a light novel adaptation, and of course the guy's just gonna sit there and take the abuse. Because that's what guys are supposed to do in these fucking scenarios, right? Is just be abused, and that's funny. Because it's funny when a guy gets hit.
I think it's more than funny. I think it's meant to be part of the fantasy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's into it. That's right.
Yep.
But like in any realistic setting, she'd hit him once. He'd be like, okay, go to the fucking principal. I don't want to. And he doesn't want to deal with her bullshit. That's the thing, right? Like, his whole character is, I don't want to deal with your bullshit. You have the power to get rid of her immediately. This whole thing is just awful. And
I think we've given this anime more time than it deserves.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna make a video about how bad it is. It's rough.
It's so bad, and it genuinely like I know the standards for what's good and what's liked in anime are low, but it genuinely disheartens me to see it have such a high rating on MAL.
Yeah, totally.
Like, I know standards are low, and I know stuff like this is very positively received a lot, but it's just so bad and like offensive in some ways.
It's cynical. Like,
and I know Japan is so far behind with gender equality, but like there's a certain point you get to where you're like you're not even attempting.
Yeah, totally.
You're doing the opposite. You're doing the opposite of attempting, and it's like, you know, and there's context. You know, like I think Senran Kagura is a really fun series.
Yeah, exactly.
I genuinely really do.
Like, this complaint is not...
In this series, nothing is working.
Yeah.
Like, it's just such schlock.
Yeah, this is wish fulfillment bullshit that... I don't know, I guess it is fulfilling somebody's wishes, because it's got a 7.77 on MAL, and 81,000 people have watched it.
I'm a big believer in you
should
ask for more from your garbage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like Senran Kagura is a perfect example. And I mean,
you know what's one thing Senran does right? It has no guy for you to be like, yeah, I'm that guy. It has no guy to, what's the word for it when they make stuff with relatable characters so that you can yeah, there's no guy in those instances. To project yourself. All just about them doing whatever they're doing with each other, and it's fun.
Which means that the girls in Senran Kagura actually have agency over what happens to them, which is
and this is like the maximum wish fulfillment. Like the maximum wish fulfillment.
And
totally.
And I just wanna clarify for people who are listening to this and think that maybe we're getting a little bit too social justice-y. This is coming from somebody who was actively upset about the fact that we're not getting one of the Dead or Alive beach volleyball games. And this is coming from somebody who was actively upset about them taking a racy outfit out of the Bravely Default or the Bravely Second art book.
Bravely Second.
Yeah. Like Liam...
Monster Musume is one of my favorite shows and manga ever. I adore it. I hate that they removed like the hot spring stuff from like Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Like, this is not this kind of subject matter is not something I hate or despise, but at a certain point you look at it and the context is just not working.
Yeah. It's both. This is very badly executed and very badly written and just bad, but then also it is genuinely offensive in what ideas it puts forward.
I think so.
And you know what? I am somebody who will say that you can make a good story out of any ideas, no matter how abhorrent those ideas might be. But like,
totally, I agree,
yeah, definitely.
Like Birth of a Nation is a good fucking movie. Bad message.
Not going near that one.
Real bad message, but it's an important movie, right? And I obviously this is not a point to connect to this, but like, this is just a bad show, and then also it has a lot of offensive bad ideas behind it, and that just makes it worse.
Yeah. I don't know what they were thinking. Well, no, that's a lie. I do know what they were thinking.
Let's make a whole bunch of money.
But like, this is the stuff that makes people cynical about light novel adaptations.
This is why we didn't give ReZero a fair shake at the beginning.
This is why we can't have nice things. Mm-hmm. Like, this is the stuff that ruins it for everyone else.
Yeah.
Like,
this is why most of us are a little bit ashamed to say that we like anime when we're talking to our families.
Yeah, I mean, not actually, but yeah, this is the kind of stuff where it's
I'm not. I make a.
This is the stuff that gives it a bad name. Yeah.
This
I feel
is
like
why
every time like you work hard to promote a show that really deserves it, something like this will come around, and it's like, well, what's even the fucking point? Especially when like it's obviously doing quite well. That's the real troubling part.
I mean that's the line, right? Anime's trash, anime's garbage, anime sucks. And like, I can say that, and I feel like I'm like in my heart, I believe that statement to be like 85% correct. And that sucks.
I wouldn't even say 85%. I would say it's like a very loud 20% of anime is just trash. You know? Like, because most of it is what most of this season that we've talked about so far has been. Things that exist that are just okay. You know?
That are just whatever. Yeah. If you've never seen something like this, you'll enjoy this.
Or if you've never seen something like this, you can probably watch it without throwing up.
Sure.
And you know what? Maybe the people who are watching this, the stuff that we're offended by and think is stupid, I mean, other than it breaking immersion, maybe they're on board for that. I don't know. Maybe they just enjoy that, and maybe it's a difference of ideas that is causing us to dislike this. But like,
yeah, I mean that's why I pointed out that I don't agree that the author is inherently a bad person, because I don't think anyone watching this is a bad person. You know, not at all. It's just like at a certain point you have to have a certain level of awareness with just how like fucking shite some of this shit is.
I think
Sorry, you had something to say, John?
There was a really good conversation on the Anime World Order podcast. I can't remember when this was, because they've been around forever. But it was this idea of like the 2-year anime fan. How like the majority of fans in anime are essentially fans who come and they're fans of anime for about 2 years and then they'll move on to something else. And without judging that kind of person at all, because that's absolutely totally fine. It doesn't matter how long you're into anime or how long you're going to be into anime. But I think it does account for things where people can't see how offensive or how terrible a messaging behind something is, because they're not in the scene long enough to be able to read this stuff. And I think like we've all been watching anime for a very long time, and so when we do look at this and we are like, you know, borderline offended by it, that's where it comes from. You know, because there is so much awful shit in the messaging behind this.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, it's not to say that everyone who's watched anime for a long time is necessarily on board with this exact idea.
No,
but
definitely not.
the idea of the 2-year anime fan it's a very real thing.
Yeah. And like, again, not like dismissing that kind of person's opinion or anything, but I think if you're listening to this and you're shocked that we have this opinion of this show, that might account for it.
This is going to, I think, maybe upset some of you guys, or at least surprise you. So, do you remember Ange Vierge?
Yeah, Ange Vierge. Yeah, exactly.
Ange Vierge, the greatest show of that one season that it was in. I forget which season already. But the one where everyone is naked?
Yeah, the card game.
Yeah, so the artist for the light novel, and therefore the character designer, so the character designer for that also did this.
Okay, that's not it's not too shocking.
You know what else they did?
What'd they do?
A little show called Kono Subarashi Sekai ni Shukufuku wo.
Oh yeah, nice.
They did Konosuba.
Wow.
So this person knows how to do a good character design, and they just are not.
Well, I mean, they have to fit the writing. You know, I'm sure when they did Konosubas, they were told that Aqua has a transparent dress, and I'm sure when they did this, they were told that the uniform is as written in the book. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, probably. I mean,
like ultimately, I it's hard to say without being able to talk to them, like where the direction come from. You know, like.
Yeah, I mean that is fair. I just like. This artist also did, they did the Konosuba manga and light novel. They did the Hataraku Mao-sama high school thing. So, I don't know. I don't think it's a fault of the artist. I think it comes down to the writer. But yeah, just moving on.
Anyway, let's bury that one.
Let's move on to something that's actually fucking good.
Roommate.
Roommate. Yeah, Roommate's only 5 episodes long, so we're not going to be talking about that, thankfully.
Except a little bit.
Except a lot. Go on,
so
John.
I watched,
first.
I would not be doing my due diligence if I didn't mention this show. I watched this. It's a point of view show about if you moved in with a bunch of sexy boys.
Yeah.
I watched 1 episode, and the ending credits were some of the fucking craziest shit I've ever seen. Just watch the ending credits of the first episode and what comes after, and it's so out of nowhere. Enjoy from your good friend Super Eyepatch Wolf. Moving on.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is like a spin-off of Typhoon Graphics' other show, which is One Room, which is you are in a room with a bunch of hot girls from a point of view.
Hang on, I'm watching it now. Yeah, so they're all sitting on a couch. Oh man! So they're all sitting on a couch together, and these bubbles are floating around the screen, and they're all clothed. And then over time, the bubbles start creating transparencies in their clothing until eventually they're all shirtless. And after the credit scene, there appears to be a POV of the guy fucking you and then ejaculating.
Wait, what?
And this is all in POV. This is all from your point of view. I'm skipping to the credits for the second one now, because this is important. This is on Crunchyroll, by the way.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, okay, they're getting naked on the couch. They're being stripped. And what's going to happen in the last 3 seconds? Oh, they're even more naked this time. They're not wearing clothes on their legs. Okay, no cum shot that time, but that wasn't a joke. That happened.
Wait,
yeah, no,
okay,
that's all true.
Now I have to... Jesus Christ.
Here, I'll send
I was going to wait.
Look forward to the full-blown Why You Should Watch soon.
Yeah, totally. Here, Jeff,
okay,
I just posted it in the chat. If you're
okay,
not there
so
yet.
it's just like... Yeah, so it's the bubble effect. It's taking their clothes off. I get that. Good thing it stops short of their pants.
Oh, but the second episode does the pants too.
The second episode takes off the pants too?
I confirmed this.
Shit.
The nerdy one has a small book over his private area.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean,
we all just had sex with a beautiful man.
There's no actual cum shot, but like...
It is... I mean, it's there, though, right? Like... Did I misinterpret that grunt?
Maybe I need to... maybe... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, their pants come off. Wow. This is... Oh, they... Yeah. Oh, yep.
This is good. This is good.
Yep. Apparently he had that book on under his pants.
But see, this is where context works, right? Because that's what this show is just about.
Yeah, exactly. This is just about objectifying people. This kind of makes me want to see what One Room has to offer in the ending of the video of the episodes, because I couldn't make it through one episode of that, and maybe it's a lot sexier than I thought it was.
Let's open that shit up. Yeah.
But yeah, so moving on from that, A1 Pictures has done another show this season, which is Sinai Heroine, so Saikano 2, or Saikano Flat, which is another season of Saikano. I only bring it up because the opening theme song is fucking great. A lot of people don't like this show. I like it quite a lot. Difference of opinion, you know? Moving on, Sakura Quest. It's an original anime from PA Works, from the same director as Shirobako.
Hanasaku Iroha.
Yeah. It's fucking good.
Dude, it's a spiritual successor to both Iroha and Shirobako at the same time. It's awesome. Yep. This girl, she is a young adult who can't get a job anywhere, and she's failed over 30 job interviews. She gets this job with an agency because she did a photo shoot one time for a magazine where they want a queen for their town because they're going to do a little event to get their town to be popular again. She just needs to go down for a week. So she goes down, and the town's a wreck, and their event is messy, and they don't really have any clue what they're doing, and the event doesn't go down great, but she's like, whatever, I'm just going to be here for a week. Turns out the contract was for a year. Hijinks ensue. So Iroha was about making a ryokan popular within a small town. Shirobako was, of course, about anime, making anime.
And running a business.
And running business, yeah. This is about trying to bring money and people back to this town. And it's the same, like, it is kind of like a formula in those three shows. But it's that same kind of feel. It feels very authentic. All the characters are varied and, like, actually interesting in their own ways. It's honestly, I think it's just a very good show. It's very entertaining to watch as she turns from, like, not wanting to stay to, like, reluctantly being like, I'll stay. It's gonna go for 25 episodes, which is awesome. I've only seen the 3 episodes that are out, and I think it's really, really good so far. It's just, yeah. I mean, if you like this writer's shows, you will super dig this show.
So I'm actually looking into it, and I can't find the Shirobako connection. I feel like there was a Shirobako connection, but
yeah, I was like 1,000,000% sure there was one.
The director is the director, but no, the
director is Masui Soichi, who did a bunch of other stuff, like
it's very Shirobako like even the character designs feel very like Shirobako.
They're both by PA Works, right?
Yeah, PA Works. So I
it's
feel
the same
like maybe
character
the production
designers too, and probably a lot of the people who worked on it. Let me look into that some more while you guys chit chat.
Yeah.
Like with the Shirobako thing, like, now I'm pretty much the only person I've ever heard have this sentiment, but I don't actually like Shirobako.
That's fair.
It was one of those shows where I really thought I would, and I gave it every chance. I watched like 12 episodes, but I could just never connect to the characters, and I never really felt anything for it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this is like very much feels like a spiritual sequel to Shirobako, but I was pretty endeared from this right from the first episode. I thought it's really well done. I think I love small town stories, and this feels like a really good small town story, and like the characters are all fun, and it looks really nice as well.
Yeah,
and it's fun because it talks about something you don't see in anime a lot, which is the impact of the bubble economy. and how small town tourism is something that there's never been an anime about. It's an interesting idea for an anime. It's a very funny comedy. That helps a lot.
Definitely.
But I like that the premise of this show is they're trying to sell a town with how cute this girl is, and they get the wrong girl, and she's not even that cute.
Yeah, it's just a typo.
It's just so the premise of this is that she gets hired because he wanted his favorite idol, and he drew the kanji for her name wrong, and also she's been dead for 8 years.
Yeah,
which
was pretty funny when they got to that. Yeah,
that was good.
She would have been like an old lady anyway. So
but yeah, it's his favorite idol from when this old guy was like 20.
Yeah.
And yeah, so there's a lot of really cute stuff in this show. I really like how they establish early the emotional connection that this girl has to the town.
Yeah.
Because she has this big ambition of like doing something big with her life and being famous, right?
Yeah.
And all of that comes from this memory that she can't place of everyone being around her and treating her like a king for the day and just everybody praising her. And then it turns out that she was the 1,000 in her youth, like as a kid, she was the 1,000th visitor to this town.
Like the last time they were doing this.
When they first started this promotion, she was the 1,000th visitor, and she got to be treated as the king for a day. So she actually has this like this deep connection to this town, and that memory that she couldn't quite place was what spurred her to want to live in Tokyo in the first place.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
There's a good emotional like hook of she's trying to discover something about herself by doing this, but also the goofy small town antics are fun.
I like the internal conflict that she has, where like she wants to do something big, she wants to get hired somewhere, she wants to do it in this city where like the possibilities are big, right? Mm-hmm. And then she's presented with this opportunity to do just that, but it's going to take a lot of work and it's not going to be as glamorous, and she's really not into it. And seeing her like turn and become more interested in it while still kind of wanting to go back is it's fun. It's like these characters are well written and have multiple dimensions to them.
It's like somebody thought of them as real people when they wrote the TV show.
Yeah.
And yeah, like the cast is big. The cast is funny.
Just like the other shows. And by the way, you're right. I did keep looking it up while you guys were talking. There is no distinct Shirobako connection in like the direction. It's same studio, so a lot of overlap in lower down staff working on it. Same character designer, a lot of that. But yeah, the director's different. Despite it feeling similar, a lot of different staff there. But the Hanasaku Iroha connection is there. So
yeah, and it looks very much like Shirobako. That's kind of what throws me off. But
definitely
does. All their shows look the same.
But yeah, so Miles from Crunchyroll, this is his favorite show of the season. This has been his favorite show of the season for months. He's been like every day on Twitter. He has been posting a countdown to when Sakura Quest starts.
This is also my favorite this season.
My favorite is
I know what your favorite is. Oh, I know what your favorite is.
It's coming up soon.
We should have taken bets.
But Sakura Quest it's really fucking good. I loved it. I love the like light towny humor of it, and it's just a really good TV show. Mm-hmm. What is not is Sagrada Reset, which is to quote the great Scott Pilgrim, boring.
So what's the deal?
So Sagrada Reset is about this guy who has like a photographic memory, right?
Interesting.
He's got a photographic memory, and one day he's invited up to the roof of his high school by this girl in another class, and he goes up there, and that girl's not up there, but another girl's up there, and he's like, okay, so what's going on here? Things get a little awkward, and then the girl on the roof says the word reset, and then suddenly he's back 2 days in the past. But because he has a photographic, like, his photographic memory is so good that he can remember the time loop, and nobody else can remember the time loop. So that seems like an interesting setup for a story, right? Mm-hmm. So far, that's like, oh, that's a little intriguing. I want to see where this goes. So what happens immediately after that is he turns to the camera and explains that he lives in a town where about 50% of everybody has some kind of vaguely useless special superpower, much like Charlotte. So these are powers with, like, things that make them kind of useless, but they're still superpowers. And then if you leave the town, you forget about the superpowers. And everybody at his high school has these superpowers.
When everyone's super, no one will be. Like, fuck.
Yeah, basically. There's like, so 50% of the people at his school have a superpower, and he's like, oh, that's a relief. Turns out I have a power after all. I thought I just had a good memory. And then he immediately goes and fucking tells his friend about the time loop, which his friend immediately accepts. There's no...
Oh, okay.
So there's no questioning of anything in any of this. There's no experimenting with time looping or anything. He just knows he's in a time loop. He knows that that's the cause of what happened. And then he knows also that this girl has a superpower that causes the time loop. So I guess you could say that they skip a lot of bullshit, but they don't, though. He goes up to the roof the second time, and then it turns out that the president of the other class wants them to work together to, like, use going back in time to fix people's problems, because the girl who can reset time also resets herself, so she can't remember anything, but he can remember things. And all of this is explained by them sitting around on the roof talking for 20 minutes. Yeah. So it's a show where you've got time travel and everybody has a unique superpower. And the best way they could think about presenting that is people stiffly standing around and talking.
And, like, that's not a bad premise at all. Like, I think the premise is solid, but the execution, it just has nothing. Like, it feels like no one really thought about this show.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
It feels like something that David Production did in between seasons of JoJo that they're doing.
Totally, definitely.
It's so bad. It's just so bad.
It's kind of hard to even know what to say about it, because even go look at the poster for this show. It's so just nothing.
It's so boring. Like, it looks like it's just three kids over in front of the water, and the title's floating in the air, and they're wearing the most regular school uniforms. And I get the feeling it's trying to be like contemplative. Mm-hmm. Wow, I really nailed that point. It looks like it's trying to be a thinking man's show, and everything I hear about it is that it's not.
It's trying to evoke the same sort of tone that you get from the poster of, like, the kids on the slope or something like that.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
like kids living their lives in high school, but like this is like Glassslip bad. This is
don't remind me about Glassslip.
This is like if somebody made Charlotte, but more boringer. You know, that's how like it's just so uneventful and boring, and you've got time travel, you know, like you've got a show with time travel and superpowers, and the way that you choose to convey that is like, oh, hey, guess what? I've got time travel. Oh, that's really interesting. You know, you could do some interesting stuff with that. Yeah, you want to talk about it for the next 10 minutes? Boy, do I. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's show don't tell, right? And it's all just tell.
Yeah, except with, imagine less enthusiasm in the voices. And it's just like, I can see what they're trying to go for. They're trying to go for like a down-to-earth sort of like, you know, this thing where I don't know, where a Makoto Shinkai type thing, where the supernatural shit is like a metaphor for something about youth. But man, I'd rather watch literally anything, you know?
Just because it's dull more than anything.
Just
like, it's
'cause
not
it's boring.
overtly awful. It's just nothing's happening.
Yeah. It's just a drain on my existence. Maybe I've heard that the next episode picks up, and I might be able to steel myself enough to watch that. But like, fuck me, it gets off to a bad start. Do any of you guys have thoughts on it?
No, I think that pretty much sums it up. It's like I think it's very hard to have strong opinions about this show, and that's the most damning thing about it.
Yeah, it's even the font just gave up on that poster. You know what I mean? God. Anyway, on the flip side of anime that just starts strong and keeps getting fucking stronger.
Yeah.
Seikaisuru Kado, or Kado, the right answer. So I'm just going to say this right now. If you are listening to this podcast and you don't know anything about this anime, pause the podcast, go watch the first episode right now.
Episode
don't read
0,
the description.
that is. Yeah.
Episode 0. Go watch episode 0 right now. Don't read the description. Don't even fucking look at the poster, honestly, because that might throw you off a little bit.
The poster has more than it should.
Yeah.
And you know it's doing a good job of a poster because it's intriguing, but
yeah.
I'm really glad that I also had the same experience as you, where I knew nothing about it and just went into it.
I feel like the ideal watching scenario for this is you have to watch every anime that's airing for a podcast, so you just do.
But, pretty much.
So this is from Toei Animation, which unfortunately means I probably won't ever be able to make a video about it because they're assholes about copyright. And it's a CG animated series.
For like 60% of it. Yeah, 60-70%.
Which is going to throw
it's an even split. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The first episode had very, very little CG.
Yeah. So the first episode, episode 0 of this show is hand animated, and then episodes 2 onwards and the end of episode 0 are CG animated, and the CG is really fucking good.
Well, what's really good about the CG, and it's something that what was that previous CG studio we were talking about earlier that did ID01 or whatever? It's something that those guys don't succeed at as much. Is these guys really take advantage of their CG by having these big sweeping shots and elaborate camera movements and stuff, the kind of stuff that you would see in the first 3 JoJo openings. Those things are the things that are the forte of CG that like traditional animation has a hard time catching up on. And they do that a lot in this show, despite the fact that it's not an action show. It's really nice.
One thing I actually really enjoy about the show is I like seeing how they avoid using tricky animation in shots, because they do it with a lot of really good, like, well-timed cuts and just really good direction. And I think that in itself it's nice to see that unfold in a way that doesn't break the continuity of the show.
Yeah. This is an important point. The camera work is really dynamic and eye-catching, but it's not just doing that for the sake of having that kind of camera work, you know? It's like handshakers, one of the problems with handshakers is that they move the camera because they can, and it sucks. Whereas this, like, they do it to give you a sense of scale, to give you maybe almost a sense of mayhem, if that makes sense. And at the end of the first episode, for something really fucking cool. So to give you an idea of what it's like going into this series cold, if you're not convinced by my plea to just go fucking watch it right now, it starts out and it's this procedural show about a negotiator for the Japanese cabinet. So he does policy planning, and he goes out and he negotiates with businesses that the government wants to use their land. And he has been, he and his partner are doing this thing are negotiating to claim a factory for use as a communal sort of like community house place, like a rec center. And while they're there, they find out that they're working on this electroplating technology that could revolutionize the automobile industry if they got a little bit of funding. So he actually goes in on that, and it's all about like the way this business operates, the way that Japanese politics works from the ground up, and it's all very interesting, like character drama where you're getting to know this guy and how he's got a different way of thinking. Kojiro Shindo is the main character, right? You're getting to know his way of thinking. You're getting to know a little bit about how the politics of this world work and how his office works. It's a little bit like Aka. Have either of you seen Aka? I know you've seen Aka, Liam. Like
I
the
saw
first
like
episode.
one episode of Aka, but
I haven't seen it.
But like it's interesting in the same way as that, where it's like you're going through all of this procedural stuff about how the government works. And he solves this problem. You find out the cute little answer to the mystery of why this specific factory, which is that the cabinet minister who hired him to do this was old friends with the guy who runs it and actually wanted to give him like a really nice retirement plan by buying out the factory from him for the government. So it's like all this interesting stuff, and you're like, okay, so I am on fucking board for watching these characters interact with each other and solve more like mundane but interesting governmental mysteries.
Even like, just in that first fucking episode where like you think they just want to pay out a bunch of money to get them out of the factory, and then it's like, and then there's the twist of no, he actually really cares about that guy.
Yeah,
like fuck.
That's a good emotional hook.
Without saying anything else about the rest of the series, I was down for that show.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what I thought it was gonna be.
I was totally fine with like 24 episodes of very calm business negotiations over coffee. I would have been totally fine with that.
I actually feel kind of cheated because I want that too now.
Well, yeah, like part of me is sad we're not going to get that.
But anyway,
but anyway,
so they set up this they have the template for a full show that is very good and that I want to watch. And then these guys get on an airplane to go do some stuff with the Foreign Affairs Ministry, right?
And they've got the medal with them. They take it on the plane.
Yeah, they take this medal to show off because they like they've made this new super medal, right? So they're sitting there, they're talking to each other, and then one of them like glances out the window and he's like, yo, what the fuck is that? You look out the window, a GameCube from Reboot is fucking descending from the sky onto the airport. This like 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer purple cube is descending out of, like, it appears out of like a warp void, and it descends on the airport tarmac, and it swallows up the plane. And all of a sudden, this is a crazy fucking sci-fi show out of nowhere. I love that. I love it when a show can do a 180 like that and take something that is in itself interesting and then throw that out the window to do something else that's cool, you know?
It kind of reminds me of a show a while ago. It's like a cute girl show, School Live. And then the twist at the end of that, it was actually a zombie thing.
Yeah.
Twist at the end of episode 1. The only thing is with that, like, I didn't give a shit about that before or after the twist because I didn't think it was a very good show. With this, I was like so committed to the premise they'd laid out that it was really genuinely shocking when that's not what it was. When that cube appeared in the air, I was like,
what's going on?
What the fuck? Like, I felt just baffled in a really cool way.
It is a good, well-executed twist, and like it doesn't feel crazy out of step either. Like, even though it's sci-fi, one of the things about the sci-fi in this show is like it's not like laser guns shooting everywhere. It's very reasonable sci-fi. It's like very cromulent and believable. As believable as like sci-fi fantasy can be.
It's kind of an Arrival type story, right? Where this
that's what I thought.
This alien vehicle is here, and they're trying to figure out how to communicate. And like, my only fear is that maybe the final explanation for why he's there and what he wants to do is going to be bullshit.
Yes, absolutely.
Because, like, one of the hooks of this is that, like, what is that cube thing? I've never seen a fucking tesseract descend on a city before. This is a new thing, right? Like, that's appealing, and then seeing the government scrambling to react to that in a very Shin Godzilla-esque way is super entertaining to watch in itself. But what this reminded me most of, it does it faster, but what this reminded me most of in terms of that tonal shift is what they do with Samurai Flamenco. And I don't want to spoil what happens with Samurai Flamenco, but Samurai Flamenco goes from one thing that's pretty interesting to what in the space of an episode, and they pull that off here so well. But so what I was going to say about the camera work, now that we have established what the show is about, which is about like communicating with this alien being, is it's the whole episode is this very personal story about Kojiro Shindo, right? And it's like it's all very like the camera work is all very close-up shots. You're always seeing like either his car or him walking around, and it's focusing on him and the characters around him without a super broad scope, right? And then when the cube descends, the camera pulls out and it keeps pulling out across the entire fucking city as if to tell you, okay, so now you know this one guy, now we're gonna see how this affects the whole of humanity. You know? That's like a very good and powerful shot on its own. Like, that would just be a good shot, but then also, it's nice that they're doing that with the CG. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, it feels like just triumphant in what it's going for visually. And going in, I was like, oh, it's Toei. When I think Toei, I don't, maybe this is just me, but I don't think good animation.
Oh, no, never.
Well, they do a lot of the garbage shonen stuff.
They do. And I know they have some stuff that's nicer, but they do most of the shonen stuff. And so in my mind, Toei is like, yeah, no, don't expect great animation. And this show is fucking banging. It's fucking cracking it out with CG that's like just as good, or, well, I don't know if it's just as good, but it's on a similar level to the guys who did ID Zero. It's got a similar look to Guilty Gear Exard. It really, really does. Just really impressive.
I feel like the only thing the CG is missing is like, you know, sometimes you'll see like a piece of animation and they'll use shorthand for the in-between frames. Like they'll do like a very loose drawing of a hand for like a quick frame, and that gives it this kind of like texture and this nice flavor. Recreating that with CG is super hard, and I really noticed that missing with this show just because it does such a good job of recreating like the rest of the look of anime, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's 90% there.
They do hand draw some of the stuff that they need to hand draw for extra effect, and
the hand drawn stuff's beautiful. It's really well drawn.
This is like one of the most impeccably well directed shows that I have seen in like ages. You know, it's well directed. It's super well written, but like. I agree with you on the front that it's the animation could be a little bit more anime-like at some points, but I also think that they make up for that with the way that CG allows them to present crazy ideas like the Kado cube itself. You know,
the patterning on it is awesome. Like the fractal patterning, that's something that you like with traditional animation. You would need like Satoshi Kon to do that. Like you can't illustrate that as consistently and nicely as they are. You just can't do that. And like, did we talk about the writing? Is the writing worth talking about?
It's fucking brilliant.
I think there's some good stuff going on there. I loved I really like the little character touch they put on the main guy where he's just always doing origami and that's kind of his gears turning. I thought that was a really nice humanizing little touch.
And they don't explain it to you. Thank God.
Yeah, exactly. Like no one ever goes, you like origami? Like, and I like that because I think otherwise that character could very easily run the risk of just Johnny answer to everything.
Well,
you know?
I think that's one thing they succeed at is all the characters are very humanized. Even the two, sorry, what are they called? The talking people, the like him, Kojiro and the girl opposing him. What are they called? What's the name for them?
Negotiators.
The negotiators. Even the two negotiators, like they're a tier above every other human in how formal and like and stiff they are. But they have these small humanizing traits that put them many levels below the actual alien in the room, who is like the most stoic and stiff being that he's not even a human, really, as far as we know.
Which he's allowed to be, because like it seems like his human form is literally just something that he's putting on to make him look more acceptable.
This energy being.
Yeah. And like, oh God. So the other thing is that the director of this has a very interesting background. He did The Sacred Star of Milos, which is the worst Full Metal Alchemist thing, probably.
Interesting. Okay.
But then he also directed Suisei no Gargantia,
Which was really cool.
which is really cool. And then he did the series composition and script for Tokyo Magnitude 8.0.
Which, was that really cool?
That was really cool. That was really cool. I understand if you haven't seen it. It's very.
I just have to go. The producer or the director?
The director.
I gotta look at that one and make sure I got the right one. Yeah.
Yeah, Murata Kazuya.
This thing. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Yeah. Huh. Cool.
Yeah, Tokyo Magnitude 8.0. As somebody who likes Disaster Report, you would probably appreciate that.
Damn cool. That's a good recommendation. He does a good job here.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Is that where you're going with that? Because yeah, he does a good job here.
Yeah, that's it. That's basically it. And then the producer of this did this, and then Rakuen Suiho, Expelled from Paradise, which is I haven't seen.
I get that sense with the aliens. It's got a similar kind of feel with their distance between each other. This show does something with the writing that I really felt like Eromanga Sensei failed at. If you remember when we were talking about Eromanga Sensei, I was talking about how there's a lot of fluff and how I wouldn't read the book.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to see the characters say these things. I don't think it's worth it to hear the characters say these things. It's the opposite with this, where it is so worth it to hear the characters say everything they have to say. I found myself like hanging on the end of every sentence. And there's a lot of times where they'll say something and then they'll take it back because it's not accurate enough. And then they'll correct themselves and they'll like double down on what is actually what they intended and like what the meaning behind it really was. And there's something about that speech pattern that I find really thrilling to listen to. Like it has me listening to each and every sentence in the same way I did with like Breaking Bad. Where
like it's super smart, but there's a naturalistic
things.
quality to it.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Except of course for the alien, but then he has his own really interesting speech patterns. He's the main one who corrects like when something needs to be slightly more accurate or stuff like that. But he's got his own interesting way of speaking and his own mannerisms going on. It's just so good, man. Like it's a total slam dunk.
It leaves so much left unsaid too, right? Like
a lot of subtext.
When the alien is showing off how he can feed the people, and he just like the cube scans a loaf of bread and then generates infinite identical loaves of bread, you like without saying anything, you're like, this thing could solve world hunger.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, and then after he explains, okay, so it was a mistake that it hit the plane, right? And they just got trapped in there by mistake. And he like briefly touches on it, but he doesn't explain it all the way. But putting 2 and 2 together, you're like, oh, they can't leave the plane for 30 days. Like it only took them a few seconds to replicate the bread, but to replicate all those people, it would take a month. And like they don't fully explain that. They explain halfway and they just drop it.
Yeah.
And it's you don't have to think too hard on it to get it. But it's like, there's a lot of instances where they just like they go halfway and then they leave it to you to figure out the rest. And it's like, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, like they did such a good job of explaining this like little kind of business problem in the first episode, and they did it so thoroughly. And then to watch them take that same level of storytelling and apply it to this big sci-fi fantasy thing, it's super cool.
Yeah.
I've always had this wish. Yakuza Dead Souls?
Yeah.
How fucking cool would it be if Yakuza Dead Souls or Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare just happened in the middle of a regular Yakuza or Red Dead Redemption game?
Yeah, no, it'd be cool, man.
Without any kind of signifier that was what was going to happen.
Yeah.
If like with alien events.
You mentioned an anime earlier, and that's what that is. Like, fuck, it's...
Yeah. And I love it when a series successfully jumps genres like that, because it also makes you appreciate when you see the real world, or the show's version of the real world and what it thinks of the real world before the world-changing event happens. That makes the world-changing event more significant.
Totally, definitely.
You have so much context for it.
Because all of a sudden it matters. The change matters because you have something to base it in beforehand. And like I feel like so much shit does not do that, doesn't take the time to do that.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that I feel is hard to do. It's not just hard to do, it's hard to do it well as well.
Yeah.
And these guys, it's just a slam dunk. Like, they just got it. They just nailed it. I am bummed to see, I'm going to go back to the MAL ratings again. I am bummed to see this is a full half point below Akashic record.
I didn't want to say anything, but
only,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Only 30,000 people have even bothered to fucking watch it.
This is, of course, my anime list and is thus indicative of who gives a shit. But fuck.
And of course, we had to mention how good this was like 3 hours into an epic podcast. So maybe we should start doing these in reverse alphabetical order, because the good shit...
quality order?
Yeah, in quality order.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kado, it's my show of the season. And here's the other thing. Like, I have stressed that I have tried to get people to watch it without spoiling themselves. But I think that if you know where it's going, it's still good. I think that if you just start with episode 1, it's still a good fucking TV show.
Oh, well, I mean, like, anything that can really be ruined by spoilers, probably not that good in the first place. This totally is.
Yeah, but like if you start with episode 1 with the cube descending on that plane right away without really knowing Shindo or any of those characters, it's still a good show. It's still it's still something along the lines of The Strain or Shin Godzilla, you know, where it's like big thing happens, here's how humanity deals with it.
The Shin Godzilla parallels in particular are like really strong. And good, because that is like my favorite Godzilla movie, and I think a very, very, very good Godzilla movie, and a very good movie in its own right. So,
the only difference I'd say is that Shin Godzilla is like a parody of government bureaucracy and how stupid it can be, whereas this is like an exploration of how it can function well. Because Shin Godzilla is all about the meetings, and it's like, we gotta do something. We need to establish special powers and then they do something and it doesn't work, and then they have like a 5-minute meeting about what to do next, you know?
Just burning time over and over until they get stuff done, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a good-ass TV show. Yeah. And my favorite of the season. Another...
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah. So next up, we're skipping over Shingeki no Bahamut Virgin Soul, because that's another spin-off, technically. I think it's like a 10 years later sequel to Shingeki no Bahamut.
Girl, and that's super cute.
And Shingeki no Kyojin, I kind of want to talk about that just because people will be interested in hearing what we have to say, but...
May as well.
Really quick... the introduction of the Beast Titan is as good a place to start the second season of this series as I could think you could find, because it's a really good oh shit moment.
It's a villain. Like, it's a villain suddenly.
Yeah.
You know, like...
Yeah. It's like,
I feel like
sorry.
people kind of turned on Attack on Titan not long after it aired, because I think there was such a massive groundswell for it, and then you saw quite a backlash against it. And it's always been a show that I've quite enjoyed, and I'm still like, I don't think every episode of it's great, and I certainly don't think its characters are that great, but I think it's a fun one, and I've been enjoying this so far.
I find it so enjoyable to watch, and like this season, like, not that I hate the main cast of Armin, Eren, and Mikasa, but this season I think they've probably had like 8 to 10 minutes of screen time,
and it's focusing on other people.
80 minutes of footage now.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool how it's following all the other characters, and like
totally.
we're actually.
I loved
like,
Sasha's bit. I thought that was great.
Yeah, and for anyone who just finished the third episode, like, the thing at the end of the third episode is like, oh, what? Why does that character have such a big thing? That's cool. What the fuck? Like, it's actually going places with them. I'd love to just talk about it, but it's a raw spoiler for the third episode, so I'm not gonna.
We'll do a spoiler cast
shit.
I think we should do a spoiler cast for Attack on Titan in the future, but I think that the backlash towards Attack on Titan mostly, like, it's pretty good. It was a lot of people's introductory anime, so I think a lot of people class it with Sword Art Online because of that, because it came out at a similar time, and if you weren't jumping on board with SAO, you were jumping on board with Attack on Titan.
That kind of backlash happens to anything that gets popular to that level.
And
Attack on Titan hit a popularity level beyond anime, where people who don't watch anime were watching it. Yeah. And Sword Art also had that. I think Attack on Titan was a bit more popular at its peak. I'm not 100% sure. I think so. That was my sentiment.
I feel like
my
just going by like raw cosplay numbers, it kind of was.
Yeah.
I think so.
You could not go to a con without seeing it just full of Attack on Titan stuff. But yeah, I think a lot of entry level, like, I think the phrase entry level anime has become like kind of a dirty term in a lot of the community. And I think that's really stupid, because like entry level anime brings new blood into the anime fandom, which is never bad. Like, that's a really good thing.
It's stupid, and it exists in everything, man. Like, video games have it. Like, it's fucking everywhere. It's like, you're playing Assassin's Creed.
If you've watched Nate's video about Galco, maybe learn to accept people a little bit more. And watch The Breakfast Club too. I don't know, but yeah, just don't go. Normies get out but that aside, Attack on Titan. See, the thing, like, I think part of the backlash is that it just took them so fucking long to get the season 2. I think the other part of the backlash is that out of all the sort of fantasy action series that have come out over the last decade or so, Attack on Titan is the one that is close to one of the most original. You know, it doesn't fall into a lot of tropes. It's not very predictable in a lot of ways. The way that it does its action with the maneuverable gear and people turning into titans is cool and unique.
It's got its own identity, despite being like a hard shonen thing. Like,
but the reason that I think it's gotten as much backlash as it has, aside from the normies thing, is that out of all the fantasy action anime that have come out in the last decade or so, it comes the closest out of any of them to touching FMA, which is perfect. You know, FMA is a perfect show, in my opinion.
To be clear, also, I wasn't saying like there's a lot of people because of normies, like that's a part of it, but more because there's just such a volume of people.
Yeah,
you know, it was something I actually experienced. Like, I don't mind touching upon it, but like if you have a fan base, right? Say the fan base is 1 million people, right? So 10% of that is 100K, 1% of that's 10K, 0.1% is 1,000.
0.01%. If 0.01% of a 1 million person fan base are violently loud assholes about stuff they don't like, they make big waves. That's a lot of people being violently aggressive, and it only takes 0.01%. And there's a hell of a lot more than 1 million people watching Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
Like that's just what happens when anything gets as popular as it is. So for me, the backlash is like, who even cares?
That's true. That's true.
It's like when you only have 30 people liking a thing, you'll have the one guy who really hates it, and you're like, well, who cares? Suddenly, when there's 10,000 people who hate the thing, despite it being the same percentage, like it suddenly matters to a lot of people.
That's a really good point.
Yeah. I also think that just the gap between it and the next highest thing up in that genre, which is FMA. Well, actually, there are probably other things that are a little higher than Attack on Titan, but the point of comparison a lot of people are going to make with Attack on Titan is either going to be Game of Thrones or FMA, right?
I suppose so, yeah.
And the gap between it is significant enough to highlight flaws that people just dig into, while ignoring that, like, the show does its pacing really well, the show does its action scenes, maybe not the best animated, but very tense and compelling. The show's got great music, the show's got great acting, the show does a lot of good stuff.
I think one thing I always hear people say against it is, like, the characters are bad, and like I don't think they're bad, I don't think they're great, but I also don't think that every show needs to be like fantastically written characters all the time. I think it's never a bad thing. It's great, but you don't always need it either. It's okay for a show to rely on a sense of tension or to execute a premise well, or, just good action scenes.
I mean, especially with such a broad cast, like, it is a fairly large cast.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on from Attack on Titan, because we got a few more things to cover, and we're coming up on the late mark, especially for some people on this podcast. Shuumatsu nani shitemasu ka, isogashi desu ka, sukete morete ii desu ka, which is, I think, like, what will you do at the end of the world? Will you do things at the end of the world? Do people do things at the end of the world? Let's find out.
Great title.
This is that World End anime, it's called in English.
World End, which is about, like, 500 years have passed since the humans went extinct at the hands of the fearsome and mysterious beasts. Surviving races now make their home on floating islands, out of reach to all but the most mobile of beasts, and basically almost everybody in the world is a human person, like a humanoid, but like a humanoid animal. Except for it's got this whole deep world building to it. Only a small group.
I'm jumping through it right now, and there's a bunch of anthropomorphic characters, which is really neat because you don't get that in anime very much.
Yeah, you get that. You've gotten that a lot this season. Weirdly, there's another one, but
oh yeah,
yeah. We'll get to that at the end.
Dang.
At the very end. But only a small group of young girls, the leprechauns, can wield the ancient weapons needed to fend off invasions from these creatures. So, yeah, the main character is a human living on this island full of animal people, and nobody likes people who look like humans anymore. They're racially discriminated against as, like, featureless. And so all the animal people don't like him, so he moves from the animal people island to this other island that supposedly houses a military warehouse, but actually it's an orphanage for these little girls who have the ability to use these weapons, and they are the weapons themselves. And so the whole thing is, it's like fantasy action, a little bit of romance, and guy with like a shady past becoming a dad. And I think that's it's got an interesting world, and I think it has a really good emotional hook to it, in that sort of, like, the girls that he's taking care of are actually young and not meant to be like waifus. They're meant to be, I guess you'd say, daughterus, but
he actually dotes on them.
He actually dotes on them, and he is a good dad. And the the two waifus in the series, one of them is an ogre who wants to eat him, and the other one is it's I don't know. I think it's very well done. Is what I'll say. It's a very well executed fantasy action series. That's
Cool.
Fantasy
I
action
wouldn't have
romance
pegged it for
series.
that.
Yeah, romance is more of what it is than action. But yeah,
has a pretty pleasant look to it.
have either of you guys watched it?
I didn't. I looked at the poster, and the poster does not give me a good impression at all. It's a girl courting a bunch of little girls across in front of a building. Like the poster looks like nothing.
Yeah.
It's on my queue on Crunchyroll because I intended to watch everything, but I did not succeed at that, evidently.
Yeah.
But I did not have the impression it was anything like interesting, so that's kind of neat.
Yeah, sounds interesting.
Yeah, it is actually pretty well done, and like as romance shows go, I'm interested to see what happens next. I don't know that I'm necessarily 100% sold on it yet, but yeah, good stuff. Next up, Sin Nanatsu no Taizai, which is a Artland studio adaptation of a bunch of toys.
Yeah, which is not to be confused with plain Nanatsu no Taizai, the Seven Deadly Sins from like recently.
Yeah, which is a very good shonen action series that kind of falls off towards the end. But yeah, Sin Nanatsu, so it's a bunch of sexy figures from Kotobukiya, I think, or something like that. Each representing one of the seven deadly sins or the seven heavenly virtues, because there's these angels too. And they're these really sexy demons, and they fight each other, and the plot makes no goddamn sense. And on Crunchyroll, at least, it is censored to the point where you can't see anything that's going on. Although, to be fair...
really?
Yeah, although to be fair, they kind of have to do that because one of the girls literally has her pussy hanging out.
So it goes further than like Valkyrie Drive, say.
It's about like exactly Valkyrie Drive. I mean, I don't know
How do you go further than Valkyrie Drive without it being porn?
Yeah, because Valkyrie Drive's pretty dope, but like
this is porn. Like one of the introductory scenes, this girl, like the main character is Lucifer, who is sent down to hell on like a giant cross, and then one of the demons, I honestly forget all of the demon names.
This is porn. Like I'm that's cool.
This is porn, yeah. So Leviathan.
I'm sending you guys a screenshot I just found.
Yeah, so
I'm
Leviathan.
also sending a screenshot.
So the demon Leviathan. Oh, hey, it's the same screenshot.
We sent the same screenshot. Yeah.
So
Great
yeah,
minds.
This is a blonde girl wearing what appears to be literally two tiny scraps of fabric on her nipples. Mm-hmm. Like literally scraps of fabric. This is not clothing. And she's got vines all over her and liquid all over her, just groping at her.
that is more coverage than the nipples get some of the times in this.
So happy we got the same one.
Leviathan, the demon of envy, I believe, or gluttony or something, she introduces herself to Lucifer by ripping off her clothes and sucking on her tits.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's porn.
I mean, like, if it's porn, it's porn.
The version on Crunchyroll, however, has magic summoning circles over everything even remotely lewd.
Which just makes it nothing, then.
Which just makes it nothing. So, yeah, this is one of those ones where licensing frustrations have... Yeah. I suppose you could also say that Seven Deadly Sins is porn based on that image you just sent us, Liam, but...
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that title just makes people want to squeeze boobs. Who knows? This show is nothing. This show is the plot makes no sense. The action is terrible. But if
watch
you want
it for the porn.
Yeah, watch it for the porn. Exactly. Next up, we skip over a bunch of sequels and stuff. Sugumomo. This is the show that I said that I was going to talk about. That is the bad battle series.
Yeah, I watched this earlier today, and oh my god, this is a bad battle series. Mm-hmm. Nothing happens, so it's. You mind if I?
Yeah,
mind if I take this? So, this kid, basically, his mother died a long time ago, and he always carries around her obi, which is the thing you use to like wrap around
God, I can't speak today. It's a traditional Japanese piece of dress, whatever. He always carries it around. That's a little weird, but your mom's dead, so I get it. He always sniffs it, which is even weirder, but your mom's dead, so I can be lenient. And then eventually it develops a spirit, basically. And that's the idea behind the show is it's non-sentient items that have been around for long enough to develop their own soul, and that allows, within the context of this world, allows them to materialize as people.
Which is a real type of yokai from Japanese mythology, the Sugomogami.
Yeah. So the Obi turns into this beautiful girl, and she saves him from a hairpiece that has come to life, basically, through one of the most uninspired combat sequences, which is a shame because her weapon is fabric, and that could have been like really cool.
Yeah, and even some of the effects of her like fabric going where it looked pretty okay, like they looked fine.
Yeah, you remember Read or Die?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like Read or Die is a really good execution of like flat, thin material being used as fucking awesome weaponry.
Mm-hmm.
Tsugumomo, I don't hesitate to say it completely fails at it. And it ends up being a really rote, really boring fight scene. And after this fight scene / introduction, they head to his house where she's now living. And a couple things happen, such as him walking in on her in the shower, and nothing. And also nothing happens.
And sometimes nothing happens.
And then the first episode's over. And there was one bit that really got me, where he walked in on her in the shower, and when a character walks in on someone in the shower, you always know it's going to go one of a few ways, right? They're going to get beat. The character's going to be weirdly accepting of it, or you know, like there's like 3 options, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This show had the audacity to have the character imagine all the possibilities and show us. And actually illustrate all of them happening one at a time before settling on, come in here and wash my back.
No, it pretends like come in here and wash my back is a big subversion of what would normally happen because it leaves that obvious thing out.
But it didn't need to be like, hey, these are the options. Like, no, just do it. Just commit to something, because this joke's not working for me. I feel like this is a joke that would only work if you've seen 5 or 6 anime.
I feel like that's a joke that would only work if you were making an anime in the 1980s.
Yeah, it's really out of like it's just a flat joke.
It nearly feels like though that's what they're playing on, and I hate that. Like I hate that. Hey, we're all familiar with this situation, right? Because it's like. It's just iterating upon something that's been done so many times and thinking, and I feel like they think that if you draw attention to it, at that point it becomes clever, which God, like it doesn't.
It's like irony, being ironic on purpose doesn't instantly get you a free pass with most people. Or I wouldn't say most people, but with a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Like a lot of people who have seen that and lived through that and watched that for years. The only thing that's going to get them is like going a tier even higher with it, which is the really imaginative stuff that I couldn't quote right now, but like the kind of stuff that you'd see in like Luluko and stuff like that, where they go even further with being ironic on purpose, and they loop around into being something fresh.
Yeah, but like as is, it's the video game equivalent of like, you know, when you get like a fetch quest and your character goes, "Oh, not a fetch quest,"
and then they make you do the fetch quest anyway.
And it's like,
no, definitely, it's really rote, and this show also has I feel 0 visual identity as of the end of the first episode. Mm-hmm. The only visual identifier is the main girl, who's blue-haired and wears a kimono, which is not all that special, but like the scene where she gets summoned is like the only remotely interesting visual thing that ever happens, and even then it's like a 6.5 on the visual spectrum. Other than that, the characters are nothing.
The main character, it's like they're not even pretending to have made anything but a generic shonen protagonist.
Yeah. The characters are nothing, and the environments are shit. they're garbage. And
I'm gonna.
I want to go one step further and say the writing's terrible too, because after the first, like, there's a little intro scene before the opening credits that just sets things up. Whatever, it's one of those scenes. The first scene with the main character, he immediately grabs a girl's breasts and is shocked when she gets upset at him, and then the characters lament that she's such a stickler, and it's really shitty that she's gonna spend an hour explaining to him why that was wrong. And they're talking about it like she shouldn't be upset that he grabbed her breasts. And it's like, what the fuck? That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's so that was awful.
Did you guys see that? It's the first scene. Like,
I wish someone had just turned to the camera and been like, so your main character is a sexual predator, and go.
And just, like, it's how all the characters look at it, and they look at the girl who is the victim here, and they're like sighing, and they're like, oh, she's gonna spend an hour explaining how that was bad. Like, fuck off. Like, no, just say, like, and the main character doesn't even want to say sorry or anything. It's like, fuck off.
So I'm gonna. Oh god, it's just a bad
It's
show.
vapid. Like, it's vapid. It's
I feel like you could edit this show together purely from clips from other shows, if that makes sense.
So I'm just.
You're right. Yeah, you cut all the unique identifiers from other shows and you end up with this.
Exactly. I'm just gonna send you guys an image really quick. So you see that? That's a drawing.
Yeah.
That's a drawing of the main character from this show, right?
No, it's not.
Like,
It's a main character from another show who looks identical. I saw through your ruse. He looks identical. Dude, white shirt, blue jeans, brown shoes, brown hair.
Tuft of hair going up in the exact same fucking direction.
Dude, I swear
That's
you could have pulled
crazy.
that wool over anyone, except I was thinking of doing the same thing to you. You fucking nailed it. You nailed it. The main character has zero visual identity.
If you, he's Kazuki. I just sent Kazuki Shikimori from Maburaho. I know that's not the right way to pronounce it, but that's how they pronounce it in the dub, and it's been burned into my brain now. So that's how I pronounce it. But yeah. Think of the most nothing shonen protagonist you've ever seen in your life. Multiply it, and then you've got this fucking guy.
Multiply it by 0. Like,
Who were you gonna send?
Actually reduce it. I hadn't come up with one yet. That was why I didn't get anything across, was because I didn't know their names well enough, but you nailed it.
It's just bland, boring nonsense. Don't watch Sugumomo. Next up is a show that's been getting some positive buzz. A few people have been like expecting me to say really nice things about it. Suki ga Kirei.
I kind of liked it.
What? You enjoyed it?
I kind of liked it. I kind of did, actually, yeah.
Yeah, so Suki ga Kirei is about two people who are classmates, like a boy and a girl who become classmates, and then they develop feelings for each other and mature. It's about watching kids grow up, you know?
Yeah.
There have been shows like this before. There have been shows like this after. And for me, there are three things that set this apart from other shows. One, it is trying to look like a Makoto Shinkai film with like a fraction of the budget.
Mm-hmm. It's not doing bad either at it. Like,
sometimes it's not. The backgrounds look nice, the characters look nice when they're not moving, but it's very
some
stiff.
of the backgrounds are really nice. Yeah.
My problem with it is that the characters are very stiff.
Yes. Okay, fair, yeah.
And in a thing where like most of the interest in the plot is what are these characters thinking and what's going on with them emotionally, that's kind of a no-go for me.
Sure.
Like bad animation is a no-go in a show like this. When all you've got are conversations, they better not be stiff, boring conversations, which is what they feel like. The second thing is that it tries to do a lot of visual storytelling stuff, and I think it does succeed to an extent, but it's so drawn out and so slow in how it develops what's obviously going to happen that, I don't know, it feels to me like Grimgar of Fantasy and Ash in that way, which is another show that a lot of people thought that I would really like, but that I just ended up getting bored with because of so much nothing happening, or so...
I really wanted to like that show. Like,
Yeah.
I felt like
Me
the
too.
broad strokes of that show were cool.
Mm-hmm.
The details fucking suck, and it was a real shame.
Yeah, it's like you're on a train ride to a really cool destination, but you're going there at like 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, I agree with that. It
Definitely.
made me think of a slower version of, or a slightly less interesting version of Horo Musuko, Wandering Sun.
Yeah,
Remember that one?
Tsukigakure. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
I adore that show, and this, like, it's very similar in a lot of ways.
Visually, especially, yeah.
Visually, and just like the developing kids, like it's developing in different ways, these shows, but like Tsukigakure is about their like straight like relationship, whereas Horo Musuko is about like gender identity and stuff. But like they were pretty similar in the way they were moving, but this was like slower in the sense that like maybe it had the same amount of plot movements, but they weren't as significant when you saw them.
Yeah.
Like in Horo Musuko, it was probably the same kind of speed, but they would say or do something that would move the plot forward, and you'd be like, oh, there's something interesting about that. Whereas in this one, there was a bit less of like, oh, that's interesting. It was a bit more of just like, okay, it's moving.
So
It's going.
You know what? Know what's gonna make a lot of fucking sense for how this show is paced and just that sort of off feeling compared to Horo Musuko and other stuff. The script, the series composition for the show, was done by the guy who wrote the script for Digimon Adventure Tri, the first one.
Okay.
Orange, the TV series,
Oh, yeah.
which was again something that moved a little slower than it should have. Persona 4 the animation, and Heaven's Lost Property, which are a whole bunch of shows that just I feel have a lot of nothing to them. You know what I mean?
It's a shame to hear, because
do.
I actually really like how it looks. Like, I think it's got a really nice look to it.
I think it does too, especially the backgrounds that are really detailed for a regular, like a weekly anime.
I like the backgrounds. I like the character designs. The animation drags for me. The writing really drags as far as how fast it moves. And then the big thing that took me out of being able to enjoy it is that the whole thing is a fucking commercial.
Well, the things for me that I found it interesting because there was a lot of product placement, but it was pretty, like, I felt like it was really natural, I guess. Like, the characters talk about using Line a bunch of times.
But that's the thing. That's the thing
That's
for
the
me.
Japanese social network / messaging service for anyone who's not aware. They use Line to communicate with each other, and that's.
But
I mean, that's a real.
Line
thing
is a real
that kids
thing,
do.
but like the thing
Yeah.
is that this show was clearly sponsored by Line, because they say specifically Line, just the name of it. At any point that they are referencing the app, you know, it's not like, yo, send me a message. It's like, line me a message. Hey, why don't you go on Line and check out this group?
Okay.
I
I have a counterpoint to this. Finish your sentence, but I have a counterpoint to this, and I just want to validate it by getting to the exact spot in the episode.
There's a point where like characters are just talking about Line, and it's like, Line, what's that? And it's this messaging app, and like it feels like a bit much. And I'm saying that. I am saying that the shilling in this TV show feels like a bit much. You know?
Yeah. Give me 1 second here. Okay, yes, I have validated it. 10 minutes and 27 seconds into the first episode, there is a Fanta logo and there is a Coca-Cola logo. These are real logos. They are not they're drawn by the illustrators, so they fit in with the world. They're not, just copy pasted. They are actually there on the screen for real. And it's actually the Coca-Cola ones there for almost a full 8 seconds. They never mention them. They're just. Did you even notice them?
Yeah, no, I didn't think about that. And they probably
and later in the show, they mentioned Taiko no Tatsujin. When one of the kids had been at the arcade and missed a message, it was because he was playing Taiko no Tatsujin,
which is a real game.
And so which is a real game. And so I noticed that all 3 of these things are mentioned in here. Well, 2, Line and Taiko by name, and the Coca-Cola product and Fanta not by name. In fact, when the father asks for a Fanta melon soda, he actually just asks for a melon soda. He doesn't ask for the Fanta. So I actually found it really interesting because they had not 1, not 2, but 3 brands that I was able to pick out. There might even be more, and it was never like so in your face. I found.
Well, the Taiko.
I actually thought it was really subtle and made it like more relatable. Almost,
You felt like it grounded it a bit better.
I felt like it was really relatable. Yeah.
Okay.
The Taiko
in the kind of way I tell my girlfriend I'm gonna go write a killer tweet right now, which I say often and then write bad tweets. But it felt like that to me, and I was really surprised. I was taken aback when I saw the Fanta logo, and then I went back to it and I was like, wait, there's a Coca-Cola logo right below it, and they don't even mention it. It's just there for like, and it's not like the brand shot of the Heinz tomato ketchup on the table for 8 seconds in a movie. Like, it's really subtle.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I will say that product placement works better, but the Line stuff is just like, it seems like
there's probably like 4 or 5 conversations involving it. Like, seriously, yeah. There's a good bit.
It seems like they're bending over backwards to bring Line into how these characters develop their relationship and how, like, to make Line almost the focal point of the story.
Sounds like it kind of gets to Final Fantasy 15 pot noodle shit.
Yeah, that's what it felt like for me, but
it makes me wonder if they would have been better off like making up their own messenger name, or if they would have been better off just trying to avoid saying one entirely. And I ultimately actually just don't know. I think their own messenger name would annoy me.
Yeah,
that always annoys me when it's like a blatantly fake one.
Like,
I don't know why, but that always
so
gets to
fake
me.
And
because
also,
those kind of names always sound shit.
It's really hard to make a good brand name stick. Yeah, for sure.
There is no pun online that you can make that is not already a copyrighted app.
Yeah.
You know,
probably, yeah.
You call it Pine, that sounds stupid. You call it Vine, that's a thing. I mean, that was a thing.
Well, it's like a dead thing, but yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just like, I don't know, that bothered me, but the main thing that bothered me was just like the slow pacing, and then the fact that so little was going on in the first episode beyond what I could predict from like that first shot of her looking at him and him looking at her. So little was going on that all I noticed was the product placement.
Yeah, it is a slow show without a doubt. I totally agree with that. So, yeah. I thought it was pretty good. Not great or like incredible or anything. Not in the same tier as like Sakura Quest and Kado.
Yeah,
but I thought it was pretty good.
What do you think, John?
That's all.
I hadn't actually seen this one. I'm just looking at the trailer here, and I think it looks nice enough that I'm going to take a look at it. That's unfortunate about like the pacing of it, because this does look like it could have the kind of like, I guess nearly like a Silent Voice vibe, where it is very slow and it is very methodical.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I might watch the second episode of this one too, just to see where it goes. Because, like, I don't know. My girlfriend and I were making fun of it while we watched it, and that can kind of influence your state of mind and your ability to enjoy something.
Without a doubt, yeah.
I have to try really hard not to do that when I'm watching new shows with people.
Yeah, same.
But like, the line stuff was just a little too much for us. Yeah. And it started out boring. And, you know, it's...
No, it's fair.
Yeah.
I can see how you came to that, yeah.
On the subject, so we got 2 more anime to go, and then we're done. One of them is The Smiling Salesman, or Warau Salesman.
Yeah.
Which...
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting one, because this, I think, used to be an anime way back in the 70s or 80s. And what it is, it's all about this. It's about a bunch of different people, but they all come in contact with this like smiling salesman or laughing salesman. And
The format's pretty important too, I think. It's 2 10-minute episodes per episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, you know, they all have this something they want, whether it's like money or fame or just whatever. And so he always has this like monkey's paw effect on them where like they get what they want, but there's some horrifying consequence to it. And I quite enjoyed this show. Like, I watched the first 2 episodes, the first 2 10-minute episodes, and it looks like half as good as Osumatsu-san. So it still kind of looks okay.
Yeah. I watched 2 full episodes, so like 4 10-minute episodes.
Yeah.
And the thing that struck me about it was it felt really easy to watch.
Yes.
I felt like 70% of each one of the episodes was really good. And it's fun to watch too, because the things that people want in the show are always a little bit against their own moral code. Yeah, like this one girl who she wants to shop more and more and more, but she's like maxing out her credit card and she can't do it, and she knows she shouldn't. And this guy who stops off in an onsen town on the way back from a work trip, and he's thinking of going drinking with girls, which he knows his wife really wouldn't like. They're always doing something like a little bit morally scrupulous as far as their own moral code is concerned,
in a really kind of tame way, but that's nearly kind of for the better.
Yeah, and it's tame because you can tell they're not going to go through with it.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do it. Like, they're only 49% of the way there. And then the laughing salesman appears, this eponymous main character, I suppose, and he kind of shoves them the 10% that they need to do it. But he doesn't just shove them. He kind of becomes friends with them briefly and genuinely listens to them and genuinely brings them a solution. Here's the answer. So, for example, with the woman who wants to shop, he gives her a credit card that has no limit. For the guy who wants to drink with girls, hey, he brings them to an onsen. They have a genuinely good time at the onsen with the girls, and they drink. And like the setup's also fun, and it's nice to see these like really light, very very tame light moral scruples with such like a cartoony art style, I suppose. I don't really have a better way to say that. It reminds me of stuff like Doraemon or like Osumatsu-san.
And like I watched this in the middle of like watching a bunch of other shows, and every show I watched felt very like A1 Pictures, you know, like it really just felt like that. And then when I got to this, it was really refreshing because it was like just this really simple but really charming visual style as well.
Yeah,
and it's so easy to digest these like really short stories too.
Yeah, the little moral parables.
Yeah, and like the second episode I watched in 2 parts completely separately, and it was fine. It was like, yeah, it's just mini episodes. But for me, I do think there was a bit of a flaw for me, and I am continuing to watch it, and I am going to continue watching it because I think it can overcome it from story to story since it changes so frequently. But I feel like of the 4 I watched, I feel like that monkey's paw, the twist at the end, that's like the dramatic thing that really fucks up their life. It's not oppressive or dark or interesting or twisty enough.
In most cases.
It always feels like it's a straight line to a bad conclusion, and when you get to the bad conclusion, it's not as bad as you expect. I think Junji Ito's mangas are a very good example of doing that correctly, where it's a straight line to a conclusion, but then you flip the last page and boom, it's a real surprise.
Yeah,
it's like, oh wow, that was a whole step out.
So what's so irritating about that? In a lot of the old Laughing Man cartoons, the ending would be super fucked up. Like the ending
Should I watch the old ones?
Sorry?
Should I watch the old ones?
Oh, I don't know if I quite recommend that. I'll link you to. There's a really good Game Sack episode where they talk about one of the old point and click adventure of this, and and some of the endings of that are just like, wait, what the fuck? And that's the only thing I felt really kind of holding me back from like really loving this series. The endings feel a little tame.
Yeah,
and it's so close to being great, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, totally. And like, I'm hoping that, you know, maybe things will get a little darker because, I think it's a kind of beautiful show in its own weird little way.
I agree that most of the endings are really weak. Like oh, you went out drinking, and then whatever, you're not allowed
you're
to
late
drink
for
during
work.
the day. Yeah. But like there was one, the woman with the credit card, that was like a decently fucked up moral punishment for what she did.
Yeah, I liked that.
Like
It was probably the furthest one, but I think it was like, I guess it was really evident from the moment it happened
what was
like,
going to happen. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the hitch with the credit card was everything she purchases with it. She has unlimited money with it. She can do whatever she wants. Anything she purchases with it will be repossessed the next day.
Yeah.
So she does this
better
for a
poop
few
fast.
days. Yeah, so she does this for a few days, and she really enjoys herself, but she kind of starts to get tired of how everything's repossessed. So she decides to invest in her physical form, her body. And I don't remember if it's enhancements or
No, she
if
gets
it's just
she
makeup
goes to a
or whatever.
spa and gets makeup and a bunch of. She gets a
yeah,
complete
she-
makeover.
A bunch of stuff. She invests in her body a lot, and then when they repo it, because it's magic, it's just magic how he works. She becomes this like really ugly woman who looks way older than she is, and like just stereotypically ugly character. But that's the darkest one, I think. Yeah, but it's such a straight path from like, oh, I'm gonna improve myself to that's the drawback. Like there's no, I don't feel like there's like a twist. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
and I think
when I
if
saw
that
it, I
twist
wasn't
was
surprised.
there, we'd be talking about something like fantastic.
Yeah, this show is so close to being really excellent, and I want to keep watching it
Yeah,
because
me too.
it is fun to watch 80% of every episode. It really is.
The animation is
just-
super simple and charming, but like it's really expressive as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the laughing salesman, his voice and his characters, like the performance of the voice actor is great.
Yeah.
And all the cast also in the episodes, they're also like unsure about what's happening.
Yeah.
like they can tell they're kind of in the deep end a little bit
That
more
was
than
my
they
that
would
was
have
my
wanted
favorite
to.
thing about the first episode. The daydream bar. How there's this
Yeah.
bar in the basement filled with like beautiful women you can drink with, and it's like it was such a strange concept because it's just in this office building, and these two guys go there at lunch, and it was like it was just on the bounds of something that could possibly be feasible. And I thought that really added to the like, is this a dream? What's happening? Kind of. And it was
Yeah,
cool.
exactly. So I personally, I would recommend you check this out, and your mileage will absolutely vary.
It's not going to be
on-
for everyone. Like
Yeah,
if you like kind of
definitely.
old sort of Twilight Zone sort of stuff, you'll probably like this. But
Yeah.
I know people are going to watch it and just be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and depending on your reception to the perceived quality of the endings, you might really bounce off of it too.
Yeah.
But I do, and I think John's on the same place. It was really easy to watch,
Yeah.
which it's not something I could say for every show this season. It was
Definitely
like
not.
it was enjoyable to see the process
Yeah.
and the conversation. It was a fun show, and I'm gonna go back to it even despite its flaws.
Yeah.
So
I mostly agree. I don't think that I'm gonna keep watching it, so tell me if it's good.
That's fair.
Because for me, the fact that the endings were just kind of was enough to make me not want to watch more. Even though the OP
This
is
is the
good.
kind. Oh, I love
yeah,
the
it
OP.
is.
Yeah.
It is really good. That's true. Yeah. You had something to say there, John, or?
It's the kind of show where like I'm really enjoying it, but if someone was like, I fucking hate this, I'd be like, fair enough.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
No, like
Absolutely.
I see why you guys are enjoying it, but also I can totally see why it's got the score it has on MAL right now.
Yeah.
6
like a
out of 10.
6, yeah.
Like it, you know, it's like yeah, okay. I can see anybody having any reaction to that, and I'd be like, yeah, okay, you know.
That's every reaction's a fair reaction to this show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So the next show on this list is another one that kind of surprised me with how decent it is. Zero Kara Hajimeru Mahou no Shoujo, or The Grimoire of Zero.
Mahou no Show, not Mahou no
Oh,
Show.
yeah, sorry, Mahou no Sho. I'm so used to saying Mahou Shoujo. But yeah, The Grimoire of Zero, which is about this fantasy world. Year 526 of the liturgical calendar, the world knew that witches existed, and they practiced the notorious art of sorcery. But the world doesn't know anything about magic. So the story is about this half-man, half-tiger mercenary who, as a result of being born as a human beast hybrid, is like shunned by society around him, who hunts witches, and then one day he meets a witch who's like, yeah, I can totally turn you into a human. Just help me out with some shit I gotta do. And then they go on a quest together. I am oversimplifying it a little bit. It's actually very well done.
I really like his design.
The Beastman? Yeah.
He looks cool.
He does look nice, yeah.
He's got a lot of personality to him, too. He's not like just some stoic badass or whatever. He and the witch, Zero, have really good chemistry together, and they're really fun to watch bounce off of each other. The world is very, very detailed in how it's laid out. From the name and some of the stuff, you could almost think it was a prequel to ReZero, right? It's not, but like but
it might. You might think.
Yeah,
but it's not,
because the introduction of beastmen and witches and all of that stuff. But it's got a very well fleshed out world. This is a light novel show, and it's from White Fox, who also did ReZero, I believe.
Maybe. Anyway, yeah, they did. Yeah.
And they also did Steins Gate and a few other things. White Fox does good shit. Actually, White Fox has made almost all of the light novel adaptations that I actually don't hate. And also, they made a Kame ga Kill, which I did hate a lot. But yeah, so have you guys watched this?
I have not. I kind of wish I had, though, because this looks really fun.
Mm-hmm. You know, I have a real soft spot for anthropomorphic character designs, and the fact that I missed both is really upsetting me because I didn't know there was any.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I World End is very much Salata Robo, whereas this is more like Lord of the Rings ish, but.
That's cool. That's fine.
Yeah, but
it sounds good to me.
So he teams up with this mercenary he teams up. The mercenary and this witch go on a journey together, and it's interesting because we never learn the mercenary's name. He's just known as Mercenary because she doesn't want to know. The one opportunity he gets to say his name, she's like, I don't care what your name is. You're just helping me, and then. But, there's these really cute moments where she's, sleeping on him because he's a big, fluffy guy. But he's also, insanely strong because he's a giant tiger bear man. And the whole, with the world building they go into, okay, so this is the world we live in. Witches normally do sorcery, which is they, draw magic circles and do invocations to summon demons that allow them to do stuff. But then there's magic, which is a separate thing where you bring the power of a demon into yourself using an invocation. And the whole plot is that there is this grimoire, the Grimoire of Zero, that teaches witches how to use magic as opposed to sorcery. And they need to get that back because it could be used to destroy the world. It could be used to completely end the world. It's being held on to, apparently, by this cult of witches who are rebelling against the government. Rah, rah, fight the power. And the witch, Zero, is the person who wrote that grimoire. So she knows some tricks with magic that other witches don't. And that allows for... It's just a good fantasy series. It's just a good fantasy series. We're kind of spoiled for good fantasy series this season, I think.
Yeah, I feel like the fantasy series has had kind of a comeback outside of the fantasy game genre series, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think that's kind of refreshing a little bit. I don't need any more fantasy MMO series.
Yeah, thank God that we're moving away from that. Although, I mean, Quan Zhi Gao Shou seems like
they
just
right. Yeah, bringing it back.
But yeah, no, we've got fantasy elements coming into the real world with recreators. We've got Granblue, which is really good. We've got a Danmachi sequel, which is going to be more Danmachi, and Danmachi's great. I mean, Danmachi's almost living in an MMO world, but, they skirt around it.
It basically is.
Yeah. yeah, it's just it's a good time for fantasy anime, I guess. And Shingeki no Bahamut, we've got a new sequel to that, which should be good.
Those are good-looking shows.
We've been talking for 5 hours now. I'm getting a little.
I'm so
Has it been
tired.
5? Damn. Good job, guys.
Yeah,
4:36. Good.
I'm sorry, we overshot what we said we'd do, because you're over in Russia right now, right?
That's
John?
it. Over in Russia.
The Brexit fallout zone.
Yeah, some things didn't work out with Brexit, and Ireland's now part of Russia. It was really unfortunate.
Well, you shouldn't have voted for it.
I know. I was just so confused and scared.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the season.
Yeah.
That's the season. I feel like I'm not selling because I'm tired. I feel like I'm not selling Grimoire of Zero enough. It's a really fun show. It's got
Go watch the trailer. It
Yeah.
looks fucking cool.
it's got good character designs. It's got a decent story. It's like an inverse Spice and Wolf almost so far. And that it may end up being really, really good. So keep an eye on that.
Cool.
Okay, we're at the end of the Weebcast. We're not going to be doing the mailbag, obviously, because oh boy. But just looking back at the season so far, what would you guys say is your your top 3 favorite anime?
Go ahead, John, if you've got them.
So I would go. Okay, this could be super inaccurate because I'm just kind of doing it off the top of my head. Recreators, I really, really enjoyed. I'm really looking forward to watching more of that. I would probably say. I'd probably say Kaitō. I'd probably put Kaitō ahead of Sakura Quest. And then, I'd say Laughing Salesman as well, because that is very up my alley, that show. Just the kind of the weird morality tales. I do quite enjoy that. So, yeah, I'd say those 3. And the actual anime of the season, which is Persona 5.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the hell out of that too. Liam, what's your take?
Sakura Quest, Kado, and Recreators. And I don't feel like that's a hesitant set of 3. I feel like there's a firm power gap after those 3. And I guess there's other little stuff I'd recommend, like Laughing Salesman and like Tsukigakure is all right, and Granblue Fantasy and whatever, Attack on Titan season 2. But I think those 3 I feel are kind of on a tier above all of the rest this season.
Which is great.
Atom the Beginning would be a close number 4 for me.
Which one, pardon?
Atom the Beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. I didn't see that one, but yeah.
Which is, it's funny because they form a perfect triangle on the MAL page, too. They're the Triforce of anime this season. And it's funny because Kado, Recreators, and Sakura Quest were the exact same shows that I was going to say for my favorites of the season.
I was, as John said them, I was like, boy, we got a consensus here.
We sure do.
There's everything else is just a little bit lower, although I do kind of want to throw Atom the Beginning into that power core because Atom the Beginning. So I'm gonna, because we've said those three times in a row, I am going to go for the runners up, which for me would be Love Tyrant, Atom the Beginning, and then
Love Tyrant's a good pick.
Love Tyrant, Atom the Beginning.
That one's solid.
And Machiavellism of the Armed Girl.
I think Machiavellism.
Yeah, that one did seem to be a thing.
Machiavellism and Zero that we talked about at the end. I'm pretty pumped to check out both those shows.
Yeah, same, and World End to a slightly lesser degree, but yeah, I am keen to check those out.
Yeah. World End is nifty to the point where I'm going to keep watching it, maybe. But for me, it's the Triforce of Spring 2017 is pretty clear. So
Yeah.
if you're listening to this, if you're still listening to this,
If you've stuck with us till now, thank you so much. You are patient.
Absolutely, yeah.
we really appreciate your support and love.
We do.
Yeah,
We'd
so
literally be nothing without you.
and you should watch Recreators, Sakura Quest, and most importantly for me, Kado, The Right Answer. Those are the ones. Those are the good ones. That's the good kush. Go do it.
Yep, I agree.
All right.
Totally.
And be sure to check out the Ghost in the Shell review podcast, which should be up at this same time on the Basement Escape YouTube channel.
Wait, you mean Scarlett Johansson's Ghost in the Shell?
Scarlett Johansson's Ghost in the Shell, starring Scarlett
God.
Johansson.
Fuck, I wish I could have been on that.
Oh, yeah, man, that would have been great if you could have been on that podcast with me, Liam. If only.
Yeah, that would have been great. If only you, me, and Yazzie could have done that podcast, it would have been really good.
Yeah, that would have been pretty solid. Shame that we didn't.
Yeah.
I think we might be confusing people, but that's fine. All right. We'll see you guys next season or next week if I can get my shit together and do another podcast. Love ya.
Take care.
Goodbye.
Bye.